Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony of the 9th International Conference on Research, Implementation and Education of Mathematics and Science 2022 is about to start. Please control all of your Zoom peripheral.
The Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta,
Vice Rectors,
Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta,
Vice Deans,
all keynote speakers,
all presenters and participants,
distinguished guests,
ladies and gentlemen, good morning. May peace and God's blessings be upon you all.
Selamat datang. Welcome to the opening ceremony on the 9th International Conference on Research, Implementation and Education of Mathematics and Science 2022. I'm Wiwit Ishartuti.
And I'm Dava Muhammad Rifki. We will honored to be the host for today's conference organized by Faculty of Mathematics and Science, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta on 29 to 30 July 2022. Also, we do it virtually. It is such a great opportunity for us to connect with all of you.
Distinguished guests, a blend of innovation in future education, research synergies, and collaborative landscape will be the main theme of the conference. We all agree that innovation is an important thing in education and science.
Therefore, this conference aims at exploring ideas, thoughts, research findings, and information regarding the issues and efforts to acquire knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values to form a sustainable future through innovative and collaborative research and education. A quick word about today's program. We shall begin with the national anthem, followed by speeches and plenary session.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be silent and bow our head for a moment to say a prayer. Let's say our prayer. Thank you.
National Anthem Indonesia Raya. All of the guests are kindly requested to stand up, please. Please be seated. Thank you.
The next agenda will be speeches. The welcoming speech will be delivered by the chair of the conference. Isti Yunita PhD, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My peace and God's blessing be upon you all. the Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, honorable speakers, also presenters and participants of ICRIEM 9th to 2022. Dear all respected speakers and participants, on behalf of the 9th ICRIEM 2022 Organizing Committee, I would like to say it's our great pleasure for us to welcome you. The 9th International Conference on Research, Implementation and Education of Mathematics and Science, ICRIEMS, which is organized by Faculty of Mathematics and Sciences, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Indonesia, held from July 29 until 30, 2022. The theme of the 9th ICRIEM is a blend of innovation in future education, research synergies, and collaborative landscape has served as a meeting point for the academic communities to address current and future academical challenges. The conference particularly encouraged the interaction of research students and developing academics with the more established academic community in a formal setting to present and to discuss new and current work. Their contribution helped to make the conference as outstanding as it has been. A theme of conference are rapidly gaining traction in the field of mathematics, chemistry, physics, biology, mathematics education, chemistry education, physics education, biology education, and science education to empower learners with skills and competencies to cope with the constantly changing landscape. The knowledge could help people to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. The conference is an event where prominent practitioners, researchers, students, and educators from all around the world join together to share their latest research and exchange their ideas. The conference will also be a good place to promote or maintain their ideas. Not only national but also international collaboration and networking among academics, researchers, and educators. 98 authors from various countries have submitted their papers to this conference. The selected papers will be published by AIP Publisher, which is indexed by Scopus, and the rest of it will be published on FMIPA journals and regular ICRIEMS proceedings. We are honored and delighted to have prominent guests for our speakers. The first one, Professor Ali Bumatat, Kuwait, University Kuwait. Dr. Eric Vance, University of Colorado Boulder, United States of America. Professor Dr. Heri Retnawati, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Dr. Pet Nurma Yunita Indrianti from Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesia. Dr. Adam Nul, University of Warwick, United Kingdom, and Professor Dr. Ahmed Jalal Khan Chowdhury, University Islam Sultan Sarif Ali, Brunei Darussalam. We address huge appreciation and many thanks to all presenters and participants who have been actively involved in this conference. We also wish to thank to our reviewers for invaluable comments and suggestions. We wish you a productive conference and hope you enjoy your time at 9 ICRIEM 2022. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Now, we would like to invite Director of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta to deliver his speech. At the end of the speech, we would also like to kindly request Director to open officially the 9th International Conference on Research, Implementation and Education of Mathematics and Science 2022.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming Professor Dr. Sumaryanto MKes AIFO.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning. The Honorable all Vice Rectors, Dean, Boards Member of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, especially Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences and committees. Our distinguished guests, keynote speakers and invite speakers, and dear all participants ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to welcome you to Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, especially on joining the 9th International Conference on Research, Implementation and Education of Mathematics and Science. On behalf of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, I would like to welcome you in this amazing event. I hope all of you enjoy and have a wonderful experience in this academic meeting. A blend of innovation in future education, research synergies, and collaborative landscapes is our challenge and opportunity to be more creative and innovative in the development of science and technology. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, ICREIEM Open International Conference on Research, Implementation and Education of Mathematics and Science 2022. Once again, thank you for participating and organizing this conference. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Sumaryanto, MKes IFO.
Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony now concludes and official conference shall proceed to plenary session for keynote speakers. The first presentation will be given by Professor Dr. Heri Ratnawati from Department of Mathematics Education, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta.
Chairing this session is Kismiantini, PhD. Kismiantini, PhD earned her master degree in 2007 from Institut Pertanian Bogor, Indonesia, and her doctor in 2017 from University of Nebraska-Lincoln, United States of America.
Her expertise is statistics, and one of her profound publications is international collaborative research entitled Multi-Trait Deep Learning Models for Genome-Enabled Prediction of Traits Measured on Heterogeneous Scales in Plant Breeding. To start the session, please welcome Kismiantini, PhD.
Thank you, MC. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning all. Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Professor Dr. Sumaryanto, MKes IFO, Honorable Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Professor Dr. Ariswan, MSc, Honorable Vice Deans, Chairs of the conference, Isti Yunita, PhD, our speakers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kismiantini. It gives me a great pleasure to be the moderator for the 9th International Conference on Research, Implementation of Mathematics and Sciences, ICRIEMS 2022. Individual companies, industry sectors, and national governments are all concerned about how to ensure that we have a suitable workforce to meet the demands of a rapidly changing global economic system. There is a growing recognition that this problem must be addressed collaboratively through collaboration among universities, educators, employers, and the government. The need to nurture and develop sufficient technical talent in the fields of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM, is of particular concern in many countries. In today's conference, we will get a closer look into the Learning with STEM framework, what are the challenges and strategy for implementing it. Ladies and gentlemen, First, I would like to read a brief introduction to our first keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Heri Renawati. She is a professor of mathematics education, evaluation at the Department of Mathematics Education, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Professor Dr. Heri Renawati graduated with a bachelor degree in mathematics education from ICRIEMS Yogyakarta in 1996, holds a Master of Educational Research and Evaluation degree with measurement concentration from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta in 2003, and a doctoral of Educational Research and Evaluation degree with measurement concentration from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta in 2008. All right, so before the presentation begins, let me tell you how this session will run. Firstly, a keynote speaker will present the material for about 60 minutes. During the presentation, we will welcome you all to write questions on chat. After that, we will have question and answer session for approximately 30 minutes. If you want to ask directly, please click raise hand button. We will give a time for you. And finally, the session will be ended by a conclusion. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, now allow me to welcome Professor Dr. Heri Renawati to present the materials. Time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Whom we respect the 9th ICRIEMS keynote speakers, Prof. Ali Bumadat from Kuwait University, Dr. Ahmed Jalal Khan Koduri from University Islam Sharif Ali, Dr. Adam from University of Warwick, United Kingdom, whom we respect, Rector, Vice Rector of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, the Dean Prof. Rizwan, and Vice Dean of Mathematics and Science Faculty, Universitas Yogyakarta, Dr. Eric Vance from University of Colorado Boulder, United States of America, and Dr. Pait Norma Yunita Indriani, Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesia, whom we respect, all of members of committee of ICRIEMS and all of ICRIEM participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. It is to be my honor for me today to given the mandate to discuss with all of ICRIEM participants to sharpen my knowledge for better future learning. Please let me share screen. On this occasion, Alhamdulillah, we will discuss about STEM, challenge and strategies, how to implement STEM in classroom. That presentation based on a review of articles, references, and journal articles, and edit with our personal experience in implementing STEMs in many years for last years. Today, we will discuss a 4-point starting from the introduction, then learning in the STEM framework challenge, and then strategies on how to overcome them. And in the introduction, we discuss the current condition for the learning section. We discuss what STEM is and the following types and examples of learning syntax and examples that have been implemented. And then for the challenge, there are experiences that have been faced, and then for the strategies are ideas that can be applied for improvement. We all know that the current discourse in society are changed. In the past, we understood that the things from people who used to hunt and gathering what was in the nature to be used. Then after that, humans tried to cultivate crops. Then after going through the process of farming, agricultural society moved into an industrial society. And today, after post-industrialization, everything is done with robots. At this time, the development of technology, especially information technology, so rapidly. Many things are solved with Internet of Things or IoT, systems in Industrial Society 4.0 and also in Society 5.0. At this time, artificial intelligence neural networks play a very important role in today's technological development. One in the use of artificial intelligence and also neural networks in Society 5.0 and the industrial era 4.0 is robotizations. Many jobs that used to be done by humans are now being done by robots, as in the example shown in the screen. We really like Padang food stall or Padang restaurant served by a waiter with lots of plates. But currently, there may be some countries that have implemented restaurants that already use robots. Using the robots, it is possible for services to be more standardized and also more hygienic. From several references that predict labor problems by 2030, there will be X 100 million types of jobs that will be replaced by robots. There are several examples of jobs that are being developed to be replaced by robots currently. The first is a doctor who performs the surgery on their patients. Things humans or doctors did recently begin to be replaced with robots, such as disease detection to performing surgery. For example, some time ago, a patient with heart disease did surgery by robots controlled by several doctors from various countries without being present in the surgery area. Alhamdulillah, in the operation was successful. Alhamdulillah. And the same thing goes for the profession of judge. With the existing law by the judge, robots can identify what kind of violation had been committed by someone. It will guarantee justice, and of course, this can be considered in the future. Another job that robots may be replaced is receptionist or customer services profession. In the CS profession, certain defaults are inputted on a robot. So when there is a question, the robot can answer well. So did the hotel receptionist. Some hotels in Japan already use the services of robots. The robots will serve customers better. It will never get tired, never ask or extra overtime wage, and can also work 24 hours. Alhamdulillah. For agriculture, if we look on YouTube, a lot of agricultural land has begun to be cultivated with agricultural mechanization. And in this process, many robots are used, starting from tillage, fertilization, irrigation, harvesting, and so on, and is a cycle. With this agricultural mechanization, yields become more stable. Field become stable. Without relying on human labor. As well as in online services, to be at shopping, Uber, Grab, Gojek, and so on. At this time, many of these services are assisted by human labor. But with the development of drones and the development of a driverless car, this one day it will be implemented, will replace thousands of human workers with driverless vehicles, and of course, it will threaten human resource. In this condition, then we ask ourselves and those around us, what can we do with education? We go to school, even starting from elementary school, even before elementary school, there is education at kindergarten. There is a junior high school, senior high school, and so on. And also sometimes in college, there is undergraduate, graduate school, and until to doctoral and postdoctoral. It takes a very long time to learn well. Before discuss further about learning in detail or education in detail, it seems we need to recall the ideals of human beings, ideals or condition expected by humans. All humans must dream of a condition that is prosperous, safe, peaceful, with all needs fulfilled. Safe here means a country that is prosperous, peaceful, without crime. All needs, both moral and material, all people will fulfill. We can still read from the news our neighboring countries or our relatives who have a difficulty in food or poverty still warm. Even now, our brothers and sisters can get enough food or buy food properly because they are affected by pandemic or affected by war. We also feel or see our brothers and sisters were in current condition, even if we do not experience in energy crisis. We can obtain electrical energy by paying a very, very expensive price, as well as for clean water. And not all of us, our brother and sisters, can get enough clean and flowing water. Related to these various needs, the United Nations formulated development goals, which are also achieved through education. The development goals are better known as SDG or Sustainable Development Goals. And there are 17 of them, namely no poverty, no hunger, good health, well-being, quality of education, gender equity, clean water, sanitation, and so on. These global goals are designed as a means for creating a better future for all people and nations. To achieve the SDGs, joint efforts are needed. The joint efforts come from various aspects, from the community itself, from education, from industry, and from everyone, all of us. This effort needs to be carried out in collaboration and also in positive symbiosis in order to realize the goal so that the whole world becomes prosperous, safe, and all human needs are fulfilled. Related to education, permission to confiscate from Nelson Mandela. He said that to be able to change the world for the better, we need to conduct education, including education carried out in school. Discourse on education, especially formal education, we can't separate ourselves from school and curriculum. If the school is the institution, then the curriculum is the content. And the curriculum contains what competencies students will achieve, what content students need to master, as well as assessment model. And the existence of this education is expected to make things better. People who previously did not know will know better. People who previously did not understand something would understand better. And with this thing, for the better, it is hoped that everything will be in a positive direction, including, for example, changing lives for the better, and changing things in order to students can face the challenge that have been presented earlier. There are 4 competencies that we have discussed together in relation with 21st century competencies. Competencies that need to be mastered or often referred include 4C, that are critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity. Critical thinking include information and discovery, interpretation and analysis, reasoning, constructing argument, problem solving, system thinking. Communication is constructed by effective listening, delivering oral presentation, communicate using digital media, engaging in conversation and discussions, and communicating in diverse environment. Collaboration derives from leadership, an initiative, cooperation, flexibility, responsibility, and productivity. Collaborate using digital media, responsiveness, and constructive feedback. Creativity includes idea generation, idea design, and refinement, opens and courage to explore, work creativity with others, and creative production and innovation. In relation to this competency, please allow me to quote from Socrates, taken by Ibnul Qayyim books, Iga Satul Lafan. Socrates states that there are advice that teachers need to do. Namely, as teachers, we should not force our students to follow in our footsteps, because the students not created in our time, but the students will live in their time. This has an impact on what we have to teach students. When we carry out education, we need to think about their future. What kind of work they will face, of course, different words from ours today. highlighting at the problems in this era, what is important for humans in general and students in particular is problem solving. This problem solving is related to the context faced by the community, both personal context, social context, work context, and academic context. This is very closely related to literacy. And OECD defines that literacy is a person's ability to utilize the knowledge she or he has in solving problems. Of course, and this problem solving ability needs to be treated in learning process. It is necessary to bring context that students need to learn in the classroom. One way to practicing literacy skills and also problem solving skills to face the current area is to carry out a learning in the classroom using STEM science, using STEM, or we know the abbreviation is Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics framework. Next, we will discuss in more detail about learning in STEM frameworks. From its abbreviation, STEM, or Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics, can be interpreted as education carried out in a multidisciplinary perspective. In learning with this framework, the class combines, or the class is taught content by combining several disciplines, either science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And maybe we have questions. Why should we choose STEM? One of them is a real context problem. The real context that humans face is basically always inherent in everyday life. All problems, be it academic problems, social problems, are in the context that is attached in students' life. If it based on how to teach some elements in the STEM, there are 3 types of learning with the STEM framework. The first is separated, or we call it silo. Then the second one is embedded, and the third one is integrated. We will examine 3 types of learning with in the STEM learning with silo approach. A content is studied separately from the side of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. In this approach, the relationship between STEM components is not very visible or clearly felt. In STEM learning with silo, material content gets more priority than the process for mastering skills. In embedded STEM learning, when teaching teaching a context, there is one subject that is prioritized. The others are only complementary. For example, what will be prioritized is in STEM is mathematics, then science, technology, and engineering as complementary. And in this approach, the skills that are trained through a process are only related to one of a subject skill are considered dominant. In third STEM approach is integrated approach. In this approach, a context is seen together, not separately. In this type of integrated approach, knowledge and skills are trained simultaneously for several subjects that are combined. There are several characteristics in STEM learning. The first characteristic is cross-subject integration. In learning with integrated subject, more than two is also allowed. A second feature of STEM is its relevance to current issues and global issues that are currently being discussed. For example, issues related to energy saving, issues related to clean water, to global warming, and to overcoming food scarcity, and so on. In several projects related to hot issues or global issues that are currently being discussed later become themes to be used as project in learning. The third characteristic of STEM learning is in the learning process, training 21st century skills. In the 21st century competencies which are intended to start from problem solving, collaboration, or training in teamwork, and then how it relates to critical thinking, finding new information, and so on. On the fourth characteristic of STEM learning is it challenges students with respect to their various abilities. It could be that later on, in the case that would carried out by two groups of students, but one group has high knowledge inside, the others one are slightly below it. It may produce a project whose product is relatively much different, but even the same theme. The fifth characteristic of STEM is existence of problem solving. So solving this problem is usually represented in a project, so that the dominant learning most often used to carry out STEM learning is problem-based learning and project-based learning. One of STEM learning that is often used as an example is learning related to rockets. Why is this rocket urgent? Besides being interesting to talk about, it can also be used to integrate several subjects. The rocket from the side of motion is straight motion that things regularly, and there are also either force and that work such as a force of gravity. We can see it from the side of science, is physics. Then from the side of mathematics is the rocket trajectory, or we call it in form of a parabola, which can find the relationship between the trajectory distance and the height of the trajectory as a pair of x and y, a pair presented in coordinate Cartesius. Then from the technology side, how is it related to throwing this rocket? And then the science, for example, is found. Is there a relationship between the angle of the angle of elevation with the distance and height? It's become interesting and challenging for students to learn. Of course, when we are going to carry out learning with the STEM framework, we can plan learning in advance. One of them is by choosing learning, and the first is by cooperating learning, and of course by combine it with problem based learning or project based learning. To carry out problem based learning, there are several characteristics or characteristics that are met. The first characteristic is in PBL, project based learning. There are question or challenges. With these challenges or statement, it will get students to have a curiosity. With this curiosity, it will bring students to be able to find and also make new innovations. Then at this PPL, there are 4 competencies that are trained, namely ability of critical thinking and problem-solving skill, communication and collaboration competencies. Furthermore, with this PPL also respect students' opinions. Students, beside being able to argue, students can also choose the problem solving strategies offered from the problems they want to solve. So students have choose with this feature. Students can make alternative solution. The problem solving offered by students is also given feedback to make it better and also revise it. After going through a revision process to produce a good product, the next step is to publish it. In the process of this publication, of course, communication skills are also an urgent matter, and starting from driving questions, inquiry, and innovation to publish represented product, and it is a cycle, and so it can be repeated. From the opinion of several experts, it can be synthesized learning syntax in project-based learning. The beginning of the project-based learning step is that there are problems and the technology to be used is defined. From here, the problem is related to the context or attack to context to the problem to be solved. From this problem and context, it can be seen what STEM approach to use, whatever you want to use, silo type, for example, or embedded one, or integrated type, for example. Then in the second, to develop or use a model. So from the knowledge that students already have, a model of problem solving is developed or designed. Then from the existing model design, it can be planned, which is then carried out an investigation. From this investigation, it will be seen that science we can find. Then the fourth step will, which the investigation, of course, obtaining data. The data obtained were the analyzed and interpreted. In this analysis process and the calculation process using mathematics and also in constructing an explanation of the interpretation results are carried out. And then the next step is to make inferences. From the inferences is the evaluated and also published. When designing learning, there are 3 things that can be spotted, namely planning, then process, and assessment. as well as learning in the STEM framework. Learning with STEM framework, of course, need to be formulated first in the plan. What learning objective will be achieved, what learning outcomes will be achieved, including learning outcome of several subjects that will be integrated. Then this plan is realized in the process, including if using project learning, and also when we implemented to produce and from this process it can be assessed either the process or the result through an assessment process. In the planning process, the competencies of the subjects to be achieved are mapped and integrated. Then the next step is to plan what project teams will be offered by students. After planning a project, identify topics related to the planned project. Then the teacher also needs to prepare the students' worksheet. The existence of STEM will make it easier for students to carry out project-based learning to produce product, and also make it easier for teachers to monitor and assess. In the planning process, it is also identified what tools and materials need to be prepared by students and also by teachers in order to facilitate an implementation of learning. In the learning process, the teachers has an important role. The teacher's role is learning starts by preparing students, and then in preparing students are not only something from their physical or psychological attributes or abilities, but also includes guiding students in preparing their learning materials. After students are ready to learn, the next steps is to carry out the apperception. In the apperception process, students are prepared to be able to understand the concept that have been studied and connected to the concepts to be studied, and then the concept is used as a model in solving the problems. Next, students are introduced to themes of the project that will be implemented through a description made by the teachers. After students start working on the project, and the teacher's job is to monitor the learning process. When the students have finished making product, one of syntax of problem-based learning is students present their project to other students. On this occasion, the teacher's task is to reinforce existing students. It's there. If there is something that needs to be emphasized, the teacher emphasizes finding something or getting the right concept, and teachers gives highlights. If there are still wrong, the teacher can give a clue or ask a question in the part where there are still wrong. At the end of the lessons, the teacher invites students to make conclusion about the project and the scientific findings obtained from the process. In the following examples, several projects in the STEM learning will be present that can inspire all of us in implementing STEM learning. In the first project is the oyster mushroom project, then the butternut squash project. Third one is the pumpkin breed project, and also the earthquake resistant house project. This project we have done in the past 4 years. In the oyster mushroom project, there are several sections that can be divided into science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. In the science section, there are a classification of living things or live things. In the technology section, there are several thermometer design. And in this case, a student may be allowed to design your own thermometer. And then in the engineering section, there is the use of media and the humidity process. In the mathematics, it can be related to social arithmetics or social mathematics. For example, calculating problems regarding profit and non-profit. And in addition, it can also be related to volume or of curve side space, or we use linear programming concepts. This is an example of our project that has been done by our students, starting from how to prepare the media and measure the weight of the media. In this process, several types of sawdust that can be used as media will be tested. Then the factor of how much water is spread to maintain humidity can also be a material to be researched. Another thing that can also be researched is the form of media use, whether it is a plastic like that, or there are others alternatives that can be used. Maybe there is an alternative to change the cover of sawdust. When the media used to grow oyster mushroom is ready, the composition of media in the oyster mushroom house can also be used as a variable. Will the oyster mushroom grow well, or the more surface of the oyster mushroom, the more production of oyster mushroom will be produced. This can be a new thing that will be discovered by student, and then the things that can be considered are also student and the amount of benefit or profits generated, whether loss or non-profit, and so on. One another project is butternut squash project. In this case, this project part of plant growth. In this project, students are expected to be able to describe the procedure for the development and growth of plant in the form of food materials. In the technology section, there is how much use of para-para. Para-para is one kind of things to cover plant or use the seed and its effect on growth, and that can use of QGIBRA as technology. In the technical section, there is how to use compost. We can test how effectively compost is used for plant growth in the process. Then in the mathematics sections, for example, those related to social mathematics, or also for relations and functions. The first step to prepare the media with compost, the media is with compost. We work with compost. In this case, and the compost is made by ourselves using the remains of plants and that have grown for quite a long time, yeah, and then added manure from livestock until it's become loose soil. In this project, there are 3 types of media for experimentation. The first type was sandy soil. The second type is sandy soil with 3 centimeters layer of compost. Then the third type was sandy soil with 6 centimeters layers of compost. The next step is to prepare the seeds. From the existing seeds, they are planted according to the media put in sandy soil and in soil with several layers or compost that have been made previously. Growth from seed was observed continuously. We go with the growth of plantation. Plant growth was measured. During this measurement process, we asked students to observe whether there are a function of time and whether there are difference between several treatments. Then make predictions. In making predictions or the relationship between time and stem length, we can use technology, for example, GeoGebra and also calculator. After some time, the plants have grown, will flower and have fruits. Yeah, there are times when we serve butternut squash that are flowering and fruiting. The next process is harvesting process. In harvesting is done when the butternut squash is approximately 2 months old. And in this case, finding were made when the planted media does not use compost, it does not bear fruit. Then over time, it will be thin and dry. When using compost media with a thickness of 3 centimeters layers of compost, it will produce relatively small fruit. A compost with 6 centimeter thick will produce large fruits. When weighing the large fruit, it weighs between 1 until 1.5 kilograms, but the small one about 0.5 kilograms. In the implementing process, the teachers needs to provide questions and to provoke students to report their projects, or I mean to trigger students to report their projects. Example of question are: how do butternut squash plant develop? Tell us in detail. And then we can also ask a question: how does the thickness of the compost affect the growth of the butternut squash? Is it possible to use compost for planting? And also we can ask students to analyze the profit of growing butternut squash. We can also try to use other project. For example, we use different varieties of pumpkins. Yeah, in this case, what we have done is use another type of pumpkins. We call it calabash in Japanese, or labu parang. In Japanese, we call it with calabash or labu parang. The things that is being investigated is whether there is an effect of the intensity of sunlight on growth. Based on our experience, plants that use a lot of sunlight can be produce more fruit than plants that do not get a lot of sunlight. In other words, we can say the type of this pumpkin, this calabash or labu parang, can grow better when in full sun. Another project is baking bread. In the science section, it deals with mixture solution, and then it could also be with food crops. On the technology side is how to use the oven. Then in the technological part is the percentage of material used to make bread, and for the math is weight conversations. The other projects and that have we done about earthquake resistance house. This project is our first project. We have done about 4 years ago. This project about is designing an earthquake resistant house about modeling. Because it is still in the first project, it is take very long time to complete. And then we have limited material constraints to be able to complete the house model. We have arrived at the stage of producing a model that the house, but we have been able to design it is very well. However, we can conclude that, or we can make a conclusion that a house consisting of several floors falls more easily than a house with several floors. Several floors. This is one of our findings. As the continuation of STEM learning, of course, is assessment. With the assessment, we ensure that students have achieved the learning objectives as formulated in the plan. The assessment process is closely related to the learning outcomes formulated. For example, in the learning objective that have been formulated regarding the achievement of 21st century competencies that are trained through problem-based learning. These 4 competencies need to be measured in the learning process. In order to represent the actual abilities of students, one way that can be done is to carry out authentic assessment. Authentic assessment is based on learning that studies situation in the real context based on student activities learned during the learning process, and also cognitive process achieved during students' learning. Techniques and that can be used for this authentic assessment can be by using a variety of techniques, including writing a portfolio and making lists or checklists. Then the teacher can also make observations and be project-based during assessing the process of developing the project and the results of the project. On the next screen, an example table is presented for carrying out an assessment in STEM learning. Assessment components that are that can be assessed, start from ideas, product, results, or results of investigation, communication, and collaboration. Each of present with indicators as well as corresponding techniques that can be used to make the assessment. Based on experience in research in implementing STEM education in the last 4 years, there are many challenges that we have faced. The challenges are curricula, teachers, students, and school facility. We will discuss deeper in every component. The curriculum is the main component for implementing education. In some countries, special STEM curriculum that can combine various learning subjects do not yet exist. In the curriculum, in addition to content, there are also standardized learning process and assessment. The unavailability of a curriculum to implement STEM cause teachers and schools to plan their own learning with the STEM framework, including mapping out the materials and subjects can be integrated. After the learning also requires preparation by designing lesson plan, student worksheets, and also assessments instruments. Reporting learning's outcome is also still an obstacle because the existing curriculum, the implementation of assessment and reporting is still based on single subject, not multidisciplinary in accordance with the demands in implementing learning with the STEM frameworks. Various challenges faced by teachers to implement learning with STEM framework. Teachers are still used to carrying out undisciplined learning. Related to STEM is also a relative new learning. Not all teachers understand and are able to implement learning with the STEM framework. The teacher's task is also getting heavier, related to design learning, developing teaching materials, and also designing assessment. In terms of the implementing of learning, learning with STEM framework requires a long time for its activities. Long learning activities can cause teachers to be unable to complete curriculum targets, which can also harm students. And the learning process also requires funds that are not cheap for students' equipments to make these projects. There are also challenges from student side. Students are not all used to making project. To complete a project, it requires precision, tenacity, and certain skills, as well as continuous hard work. This truthfulness, tenacity, and continuous effort need to be trained to students. For projects that require too many materials and cost, some students object. With this project-based learning, many students are not familiar with the assessment technique. There are several strategies that can be used to address this challenge for implementing learning in the STEM framework. To face this challenge, collaborative researchers from STEM learning are needed. This collaboration need to involve university, involve research institutes, and research involved in there as well, teachers and professional organization school and their constituents as well as parents. The strong commitment of these four elements will able to overcome these various obstacles in the STEM learning. Learning curriculum in the school, especially for STEM learning that does not yet exist, can be overcome by collaboration. One of collaboration offered is collaborative research on learning models in schools with the STEM framework. This research collaboration can be carried out together with universities, professionals, organizations, and schools, including the elements in it. One type of research that can be carried out of research and development, or we say with R&D. In this collaboration, teachers put independently and through professional organization and schools can convey existing problems and they needs to universities which involves researchers. These needs can be formatted in focus group discussion or FGD. In this focus group discussion, the prototype was also discussed as to what the teacher expected so that the design could be put to good use. After identifying the needs, researchers from universities reviewed relevant research and existing references adjusted to the need to develop prototype learning models. The prototype includes a lesson plan, implementation guides, worksheet for students, and implementation guides for assessment and its interpretations of as well. The prototype is then validated and revised if necessary, tested both in assessment in a limited scale on a weight scale and then implemented. And in the validation process, limited scale trials and large scale trials, all elements of a school and teachers are involved to produce quality product in the term of validity, practicability, and effectiveness. The existence of these collaborations becomes a vehicle for conducting symbiosis for researchers and teachers. This symbiosis between researchers and teachers to contribute to each other in increasing their respective competencies. Research can collaborate with students to research problems more broadly and on more topics to solve problems. Teachers can hone their professional competence and with this collaboration, and in this collaboration, teaching materials can be complete. Teachers can also take part by conducting classroom action research as part of research for career promotions. The synergy of research with understanding in the society also needs to be carried out continuously. Through research, researchers can get what teachers and schools need. And then with research, real problems experienced by teachers and schools can be resolved. Then with the research process, researchers can also produce learning tools to improve the quality of teachers and learning in schools. with the publication of innovation related to education, it is hoped that teachers can use them to improve the quality of learning. From existing studies, researchers can do community services, dissemination of research results, such as innovation, new learning methods, or new learning program can trigger teachers and schools to improve learning. With community services, it can also be directed to train the ability of teachers to improve skills in managing learning and managing classes. And then by utilizing community services, teachers can get assistance in STEM learning so that they can implement the next learning will be better. The problem of about how to conducting STEM learning is taking a long time to carry out the learning. This problem that can be overcome by combining the learning time of several subjects or several teachers, adjusting learning outcomes in the curriculum into learning outcomes in the STEM framework certainly requires the accuracy and expertise of teachers and researchers. This skill is very important so that the integration of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics use a good and flowing context, not looking artificial and rigid. As an introduction, when carrying out classroom learning, teachers or researchers can implement the project-based learning to achieve some learning objectives and combine various learning approaches to achieve others. Slowly but surely, and this method will train students to get used to learning with project-based learning, starting from planning, tool, course, learning process, and also the assessment as well. As conclusion, we all know that the implementation of the STEM framework face various challenges, ranging from challenge in the term of curriculum, teachers, students, and learning environment and assessment system. Through research synergies and collaboration among educators in the society, this challenge could be overcome to create a better education in the future, inshallah. Yeah. Thanks a lot for all of your attention. Inshallah, we will continue with a discussion, question and answer. You can ask directly or write your question in chat menu. I return the time and screen to moderator, Dr. Kismiantini. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Heri Ratnawati, for giving such an informative and comprehensive presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to the Q&A session. We are glad to receive some questions on chat. So I would like to present the questions on the PowerPoint. Okay, a question from Mrs. Dia. According to your opinion, which one is better in teaching science? using using a silo STEM, STEM embedded or integrated STEM. And do you think STEM education should be implemented at which level? Is it possible to be implemented from the elementary school level? So please, Professor Dr. Heri Renatwati, would you like to give your explanation? Okay. Please committee team to help, because Professor Dr. Heri Renalwati cannot unmute by herself.
Thank you, Dr. Kusnandini. I'll try to answer to the question. Would you mind to share screen Budia question?
Okay, this one, Professor.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Budia, for inspiring question. I will try to answer the start to the first one about silo STEM embedded and integrated. I recommend. I have done in last 4 years. I recommend for you to do in integrated STEM, because in this integrated STEM we study, or we invite to students to do everything that related to the context. There are many knowledge and many skills that train there. So basic on my experience, it is better to conduct integrated STEM, but the alternative one, you can also use embedded. For example, if you have one point of subject that will you emphasize. For example, Budia is in Kimia, right? If you want to emphasize the chemistry concept, please use embedded, and you can use technology, mathematics, and also technology for addition. It is for the first one question. And the second one, in what level we can conduct STEM education? Inshallah, from elementary school you can use this STEM learning. I have teach in elementary school and also junior high school and senior high school as well. We can start project-based learning in elementary school level. Basic on this experience, you can start STEM education from elementary school. From others teachers' experience with Janu and Bu Ika, they conduct STEM in elementary school too, and in elementary school is a very interesting from student to join this STEM. And as not, maybe we invite students in many time, and student can choose which one they can choose for the project. Thank you, Ms. Dia, for the question. I return the time to Dr. Kismiantini.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Heri Darmawati, for your explanation, and thank you as well, Mrs. Tia, for your questions. We move to the next questions. A question from Mrs. Laila Suharna from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. What about implementation in separate subjects? Because the basic competencies needed for a STEM activity in several subjects are not necessarily found at the same level. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kismiantini, and thank you for Laila Suharna, for your question. Indeed, what is recommended in integrated STEM learning, that have I mentioned before, recommended is integrated STEM learning, but it is too difficult to do. In our experience, if there is a prerequisite material that has not been read by students, we convey it first. I think, we ever have experience like this. For example, we want to this project, and one of prerequisite student didn't study it, and then we explain first. For example, and one thing is needed to choose when we offer project to students is we should make a mapping first. For example, we make a map what material that student have studied, and what material which will study, and basic on this mapping we can choose the projects not too heavy for students, basic on their prerequisite that they have studied before. Thank you, Laila. I return it this time and screen for Bukismi.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Heri Darmawati, and also thank you, Mrs. Laila Suharna. We move to the next questions. A question from Mrs. Ratna Dia Hartanti, UNY. Could STEM implemented in Merdeka curriculum? How to apply and integrate STEM learning in the Merdeka curriculum, especially in biology subject? Because now that in Merdeka curriculum there are many projects that must do by students.
Thank you, Dr. Kismiantini. About curriculum Merdeka, I think in the curriculum Merdeka, the learning approach that have recommended by curriculum is project. It is in line with the mission of STEM, I think, and in STEM, we can use project, and in curriculum Merdeka we can use the project-based learning. From this, we can conclude that project-based learning in curriculum Merdeka is okay to carry out. Ratna ya, Mbak Ratna ya, to carry from for biology is very much project that have, can be done. First, we can get from SDG about poverty, about food, about clean water, about energy. You can choose it. One, for example, about food maybe, and about food you can make in line with the material or the subject or the topics that will you train for student, and based on this one you can plan the project. It's a I think you can find very much theme or very much topic that can you choose and you can done with your student. Thank you, Ratna.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Heri Ratnawati. In the charts, Mr. Bruce Ronnie has a problem, so you may contact the person in the website. I think they have the contact person if you have some problem related to your PowerPoint and so on. All right, so I move to the next questions. Question from Mr. Busroni. What different principle between STEM learning and CAS methods and project-based learning in chemistry curriculum?
Oh yeah, in chemistry curriculum, maybe we can use in chemistry curriculum in line with the concept of STEM. You can join with other subject, for example, mathematics and technology, or mathematics and biology, or mathematics and physics. Yeah, but as a teacher, we should choose the first the theme that suitable for the topic that will have you train to student. Yeah. That's this is answer for Busroni.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Heri Ratnawati.
About
yes.
Would you mind if I continue the second point of Busroni about CAS method?
Yes, please.
The differences between CAS method and STEM method, maybe there is a intersection. Yeah, from CAS method there is a case should be solved in project-based learning using STEM. Also, we have a problem too, but in CAS method we emphasize only in the solve, yeah, of the solve of or the solve of this problem. But in STEM learning, by project-based learning, we can also not only solve problem, but we can get knowledge. For example, the pattern. What if will begin if the sun is blah blah blah, that have we mentioned before, like this. And also in STEM learning, we can use technology too, but in CAS method we can the use of technology is optional as a tool, like this. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Busroni. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Dr. Heri Ranwati and Mr. Busroni for your questions. We still have questions from Mrs. Diska Devi Anaziva, UNY. How do we implement STEM learning in online learning? Okay, Professor.
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much, Mbak Rizko. Yeah, Mbak Rizko is my neighbors in my office. Yeah. Thank you, Mbak Rizko. I'm sorry, I will answer this question based on our project with my student in thesis. Yeah, my student have conduct STEM learning, STEM online learning to finish or to complete the thesis. Yeah, using this mode, yeah, using this online learning, it's very difficult to do. The first strategy, teacher should make an example, maybe from the example, then the teacher make a video and then spread the video to student or in YouTube, and the link is given by teachers to student, and then based on the YouTube, student should make the almost the same, yeah, almost the same project. But I think the creativity of student not train well, yeah, using this online mode. It is the first strategy, and then the second strategy we have almost have done too with my student. My student make rigid lesson plan and worksheet for students. The guide for students should be done right on there, and then students should make a video of they have done and upload the video to a class group or in YouTube. But it's also many limitations too. Not student didn't complete the project. This is the challenge when we use online method. Yeah. So based on our experience, I recommend if you will conduct STEM learning, you should use offline mode. Yeah, Mbak Rizko. Yeah, thank you so much for your question. Thank you, Bu Kismi.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Dr. Heri Ranawati. Thank you, Mrs. Rizka. We have question from Fatima bin Abdullah. I'm sorry. Okay, so for schools with limited time and infrastructure, can STEM learning be carried out with strategies other than project-based learning?
Thank you, Bu Kismi. As long as we know, as long as I know, the STEM learning use the project-based learning and also use problem-based learning. So I try to highlight there are two kinds of strategy that we can choose. The first one is project-based learning, and the second one is problem-based learning. And about time limitation for teachers,
there is a strategy and that have we done in Solo, in Solo, Jawa Tengah. We collaborate with teachers, elementary teachers. They try to conduct STEM in their school with in extracurricular activity. So there is a science, mathematics, prakarya, science, mathematics, and we in our curriculum we call it prakarya, craft, and then based on the 3 or 4 subject matter, and the teachers collaborated and make a project in extracurricular after school activity. Thank you. Thank you for Miss Fatima for your.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Herenawati, and thank you, Mrs. Fatima, for your question. We still have time for Q&A. Now, I would like to invite all participants. If you want to ask directly, you may click the raise hand button, and I will give you a time to ask the question to Professor Dr. Herenawati. Okay, any participant would like to ask directly to Professor Dr. Herenawati? Okay, so while we are waiting questions from the audiences directly, may I have a question for you, Professor? And based on your experience between problem-based learning and project-based learning, which one that methods work very well on improving student achievements?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kismiantini, from your question. Based on my experience, it is recommended to
Professor, we couldn't hear your voice.
Hello,
yes, now good.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. About first, thank you so much, Bukismi, for your question. We have done problem-based learning and project-based learning. For STEM education, I recommend use project-based learning because if we use project-based learning, then will achieve competencies better than problem-based learning. And also, if we use problem-based learning, the student focus on problem only. But if we use project-based learning, they will improve their knowledge and skills more than only solve the problem.
Okay, thank you, Professor Dr. Herenawati. We still have a time. Dear participant, if you would like to ask the question, you could write on the chat, or if you want to ask directly, please click the raise hand button, and I will give you a time for asking. All right, so we don't have it for now. Well, Professor, again, based on your experience, the most challenging part on implementing the STEM, implementing the PPL and the project learning and STEM, what are they, the biggest challenges?
And the big challenges is how to choose the project. Because to choose the project, we should remap the learning outcome, and then which project that is suitable with the learning outcome. It's very difficult. If we have choose the theme or the topic or the project that should be done, it's okay for us to conduct it. And then the second challenge, the second big challenge is about how to motivate student to do the project. Sometimes student is very pessimistic. Yeah, can I conduct this? Can I do this? Yeah. This is our problem. But if they have done step by step what activity that we plan, they are very satisfied and enjoy. They are very enjoy this one, and then when time is up, yeah, they still conducting the activity. Yeah, that's the biggest challenge to kiss me.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor. We have one question from the chat box. Let me read the questions. The question from Mr. Wayan Swana from Unila. What is the differences between team-based project and project-based learning?
Actually, thank you for Mr. Wayan Swana from Lampung, ya, Unila, about team-based project and project-based learning. There is intersection, yeah. If we use project-based learning, sometimes this project conducted by teams, yeah. But in project-based learning can also this project completed by student individually. But in team-based project like project-based learning, there is a project should be complete, but in a team. In team-based project, we can invite student to do individually. Should be in a team. There is the differences to Kismi and Mr. Wayan. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Dr. Heri Ranawati. Any participants would like to ask directly to Professor Dr. Heri Ranawati?
Excuse me, moderator.
Yes, please.
Is my voice clear?
Yes, we could hear.
Okay, thank you. Please, I want to introduce myself. My name is Wayan Swana. Thank you, Prof. Heri, for your answer. Yeah, as Prof. Heri said, that the difference between team-based project and project-based learning is in terms of working, whether it is individually or in team. Is that what is it? Is the differences is just in terms of working independent or in team, or I mean, is there any difference between the kind of the projects? Maybe, let's say, when we teach in for our students, maybe sometimes we give them project to solve in the end of the semester, maybe as part of the final assignment, for example, as part of the final assignment, or as one of the assignment. Is that also included in a project-based learning? So I'm still confused about whether I have done teaching, giving my students doing some project. Is that also a part of project-based learning, or it is just teaching with some additional projects that my students saw? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wayan Swana, for your question. Yeah, about the task for student. I think you can first identify the learning outcome, and based on the learning outcome, we can give a student what the project suitable for the learning outcome. The theme of the project or the topic we can give to student, or student can identify their self, and then you can give a regulation about the time, about the resource, and how the student complete by student her or himself as individually or by team. This is about the project for student.
Okay, so Pak Wayan, is it answer your questions?
About
Yeah, okay. Thank you, moderator. I think that's enough.
Okay, thank you, Pak Wayan. We still have one question, but we have times, so I will read quickly. The question from Mrs. Ramadian, UNY. Thank you for your presentation about STEM. It gives me more insight about project through STEM. I have a question. What is the better between the STEM project for all student groups, or the student could choose the project by themselves? Okay, please, Professor.
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's Mr. Ramadian, yeah. Mr.
Mas Ramadian.
Oh, Mas Ramadian. Yeah, okay.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mas Ramadian. For your question about project choose by student or given by teachers. Yeah. We ever have done the two kind of this task, yeah, two kind of this project. If the student choose their self, sometimes the learning outcome can be reached. The competencies maybe one or two. Not all competencies are achieved in the project if student choose their self, but if the project determined, yeah, by teachers, sometimes the ISUS is about creativity, yeah. Based on the two kind project, we can choose the theme given by student by teachers, and student can choose the theme, and we give a specific guidance to conduct this theme. And what is that about what should what the student do about the activity should include like physics, mathematics, and also technology. The teacher should mention first. That is my answer, Mas Ramadian.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Harry. So, if we try to choose the student for themselves to choose the project, it probably give creativity to student. But sometimes the competency did not meet the criteria, right? But if
Yeah.
the project choose by the teacher, it perhaps burden the student creativity, but the competencies may be rich. Okay, thank you, Prof. Harry.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ramadian, for your question, and thank you, Professor Dr. Heri Ranawati, for your explanation to all the questions. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally come to the end, a part of the first keynote speech in day 1, the 9 ICRIEM 2022. Please allow me also to take some highlighted points from this today's session. To achieve SDGs, the joint efforts among communities, education, industries, ourselves are needed. For competencies in the 21st century include critical thinking, collaboration, communication, and creativity. And the STEM position consists separated or silo, embedded, and integrated. And then to face challenges in implementing STEM education, collaborative among researchers are needed. All right, so please give our applause to Professor Dr. Heri Ranawati.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay, so thank you very much for your attention and so many questions for today. And thank you as well, Professor Dr. Heri Ranawati, for your material and your answer and your explanation. I'll see you later, and thank you very much. Over to you, MC. Thank you very much.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before moving to the next presentation, we are going to have a break for 2 hours. Please be ready for the next session at 12:50 p.m. Western Indonesian time. We will start the session at 1 p.m. sharp. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the plenary session is about to start. Please be ready. We are moving to the second presentation of plenary session. We would like to kindly invite Professor Ali Bumajdat, PhD, from Department of Chemistry, Kuwait University, to deliver his presentation.
Chairing the session is Dr. Kun Sri Budiasi, Master of Science. Dr. Kun Sri Budiasi, Master of Science, earned her master degree from Institut Teknologi Bandung and her doctor from Universitas Gadjah Mada. Her expertise is in organic chemistry. Her latest research focused on the development of chromium-3-based nutraceutical in management of type 2 diabetes mellitus. Dr. Kun Sri Budiasi, Master of Science, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished guests, Dean, and distinguished speaker, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. We come to the second session of the 9th International Conference of Research, Implementation, and Education of Mathematics and Science, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. For this session, we invite Professor Ali Yahya Ibrahim Bumajdat from Kuwait University. Welcome, Professor Ali. Assalamualaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Welcome to Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta virtually. Hopefully next time we can meet in better condition, Prof. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce him. Professor Ali Bumajdat is Professor in Chemistry Department, Faculty of Science, Kuwait University. He held his Master and PhD from Bristol University, UK, on colloid and surface chemistry. His expertise is in physical chemistry, especially in surfactant science. His current research is on microemulsion, nanoparticles, and material science. In Scopus, his H index is 24, for more than 82 documents. It shows his expertise in this field. In this conference, Professor Ali will deliver his paper on potential collaborative research on biomass. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. We welcome Professor Ali Yahya Ibrahim Bumajdat. Professor Ali, the time is yours.
Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can you see my presentation? Please
Yes,
let me know.
Prof.
Okay, and my
Your
voice
screen is available.
Okay, and my voice is clear, huh?
Yes, right.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Ali Bumajdat. Thank you for the invitation to give this talk to you in your respective conference and university. The talk will be about potential source for collaborative research, and I'm going to talk about some of my recent work and some of my also published recently work on this field. I'm going to talk to you about biomass activated carbon source. You know, the biomass is available mostly in every country because of the agriculture. And that's why this can be a potential source for collaborations between universities and between researchers in different countries to work on benefiting from such biomass. And one of the ways to benefit from such biomass is actually to convert it to activated carbon, because we need such material for purifying water and for removal of contaminant from wastewater. So mainly for wastewater treatment, but also it can be used for other applications like storage of carbon dioxide. We can use such material for storing carbon dioxide because it is highly porous material. So biomass-based carbon material carry a specific appeal for academic collaboration. This is because it is available in all countries, but with different composition. So today, for example, I'm going to talk to you about some of the biomass waste available in Kuwait, which is actually the palm trees. But I'm sure the palm trees in Indonesia will have different composition and different properties, and we can learn from collaboration in this field. The activated carbon produced through biomass carbonization demonstrate a good chemical attributes, ample resources, low cost, and also biocompatible. So it's actually environmental friendly because we are not using, let's say, petroleum-based material. We are using a waste material that is always disposed in the environment, or sometimes even burned in the environment. I'm going to focus on enhancing the properties of activated carbon that was extracted from palm trees. And to enhance the properties, people or researchers usually try to increase the surface area of the material, try to control or maneuver the porosity, because you can have micropores or mesopores. So we can control the percent of mesopores and micropores. But also in my work, I introduce heteroatoms like nitrogen, phosphorus, sulfur, oxygen. These actually atoms will add benefit to the activated carbons. In my research, I did a lot of work on nitrogen. Actually, I didn't do on phosphorus and sulfur and oxygen. I tried to add nitrogen to the activated carbon, and you will see what is our achievement in this regard. Let's start my talk about the palm as a biomass source for activated carbon. You know that the palm need to be, let's say, decorated, or some of the leaf and stems need to be cut out from time to time. This is in our country. We cut it so the plant can grow from time to time. So every year we cut this part, the lower part of the palm, and it is considered as a waste material. As you can see here in the photo, this is the stem and this is the leaf, waste palm every day. We don't cut the tree itself. We just cut the extra dead, let's say, stem and leaves. This is important actually to do it. We shouldn't cut the trees because, as you know, this is against the environment regulation, especially in your country or in Malaysia, for example. I know they have a lot of palm trees. They use it for producing palm oil, but from the environmental point of view, they are actually against such use because they think we cannot destroy the forest of palm in your countries. In our country, we don't have forests. We have only plant scattered. We just cut the lower part, so the plant is still there. And I'm going to show you how to use this waste material in the right. the stem and leaf, to produce activated carbon, and we are going to treat it with nitrogen reagent in order to increase the amount of nitrogen on the material, which we think it will benefit the removal of waste of the contaminant from wastewater. You know that the palm consists, or any plant consists of cellulose, hemicellulose, and also lignin. This is the same apply for palm. It is considered as unrecognized, cheap, and abundant agriculture waste. And that's why we want to use it for fabricating activated carbon. It is low toxic, biodegradable, and has potential applications for purifying water from heavy metals, and also from other, let's say, toxic material like lead and mercury and chromium, etc. So the date palm that we are using consists of around 40 to 50 cellulose, 40 to 50% cellulose, 20 to 35 hemicellulose, and around 15 to 35 lignin. In these cellulose and hemicellulose, there is about 45% of carbon, 49% of oxygen, and 6% of hydrogen. Of course, when you convert it to activated carbon, the amount of hydrogen will decrease because the activation is actually considered as aromatization of the carbon. So once you have aromatization, you have double bond, you should get less hydrogen. Okay, the lignin is actually have less amount of hemicellulose, as you can see on the slide. The effective disposal of wastewater contain heavy metals ion is always a challenge. Until now, it is a challenge actually. There is many ways to purify water from heavy metals, but the main way to remove the heavy metals from water is actually using adsorption. The adsorbate material should be, the adsorbent material should be of high surface area. This is the main issue. If you don't get high surface area, you will not get a good adsorption. So this is a target, and activated carbon is known to be good for in terms of specific surface area. In this work, we use chromium 6. Chromium 6 is very toxic metal compared with chromium 3. So we selected the toxic one, which is chromium +6. And also we tried our activated carbon toward removal of lead +2. These are both are toxic heavy metals to the environment and have serious effect to the physiological functional in human. So it has to be kept in very low quantity in the wastewater. Introducing different functional groups into the activated carbon is usually beneficial. There is two types of functional groups. One of them is acidic functional groups, and this is usually associated with oxygen. So we add oxygen to get, for example, carboxylic functional group, phenol, carbonyl, quinone. But also useful to sometimes to introduce basic functional groups. And the basic functional groups can be introduced when we add nitrogen to the activated carbon, because the nitrogen will give you pyrrole, pyridine, amine, amide, quaternary ammonium compound, and all of these actually basic groups will have some effect on the adsorption efficiency of certain metal. So the decision between whether I need acidic or basic groups depend on the targeted contaminant. If you target contaminant, for example, like dyes, maybe the acidic functional group will be useful. But for heavy metals, usually the basic functional group is more useful. So what we did is actually we targeted the basic functional group by adding nitrogen to the framework of the carbon. Now, why selecting nitrogen? The presence of nitrogen is beneficiary to the sorption properties for many contaminants, especially the heavy metals, because most of the heavy metals carry positive charge. And we know that the nitrogen have a lone pair, so it is a basic groups, and it might encourage the adsorption of the cations metals into the activated carbon. In our work, we try both the stem and the leaf of the palm, and we compare between them. Sometimes the stem is better in some aspect, and in some aspect the leaf is better. For example, we found out we can add more nitrogen into the stem. Into the leaf. We can add more nitrogen into the leaf, but the stem give you better surface area. So we have to decide which one is more useful, reasonable amount of nitrogen with high surface area, or high amount of nitrogen with slightly lower surface area. So the effect of nitrogen, adding nitrogen into the activated carbon, mainly it will change the surface polarity. So we'll have more polar surface of carbon. And this is also very good actually, because it will make the carbon more wettable, can be wet with the water. And that's why the adsorbent can take out the adsorbate, which is the heavy metals. It can also affect the electrostatic interactions. As I told you before, the cations have positive charge and the functional groups carry partial negative charge. So we think this will enhance the interaction between the carbon and the heavy metals. Of course, it will add surface basic site. It will affect the hydrophilicity. This is very important because the more hydrophilicity of the carbon, the more wettable the carbon is. And when we wet it with water, you can remove the heavy metals. It has also other effect related to electrical conductivity and electron donor, but I'm not going to talk about this because I didn't do research on electrical applications. Okay, how to do the nitrogen doping or nitrogen enhancement? There is three main way. I'm talking about the chemical way, the chemistry, how to do that. Either you can do the pre-nitrogen enrichment. So we do the nitrogen at the beginning, and then in another step, we do the activation of the biomass. This is what we call it, pre-nitrogen enrichment. The second method is actually post-nitrogen enrichment. We do the activation of the biomass in the furnace, and then we do another step by doping the material with the nitrogen. And the third one is actually one step. We do both of them together, the carbonization and the doping with nitrogen at one steps. I will tell you which one is the best actually. This is the first one, nitrogen doping. We'll do nitrogen doping and then pyrolysis. The pyrolysis, of course, should be in inert atmosphere. You cannot do pyrolysis of biomass in air. If you do that in air, all the carbon will be converted to carbon dioxide and you will have only ash at the end. So you have to do it in inert atmosphere like helium or nitrogen. And then we add the activation in the second step, and then we do another pyrolysis. So nitrogen at the beginning, activation at the end. This is the pre-nitrogen. While the post-nitrogen, we do the activation at the beginning with activating agent, pyrolysis in inert atmosphere, nitrogen doping, and another pyrolysis. And the one step, both of them in one step. Actually, the best one is the one in the middle, number 2. Why? Because we need to have high surface area, highly porous material before we incorporate the nitrogen atom. And by doing the pyrolysis, heating the material after activation with the certain activating agent, you will have highly porous material. In this step, the first step will give you highly porous material. So when you dope the nitrogen will be incorporated in the pores and the surface of the material. So this is better. The first one is not good for nitrogen doping because you will dope the nitrogen on very low surface area, and then you do activation, you might end with very low amount of nitrogen because the material was having much less surface area when you add the nitrogen. So we adopted actually the middle one, number 2. There is more details about how to do that. If you want to take the strategy number 1, you add the nitrogen agent at the beginning, followed by pyrolysis in inert atmosphere at 600. Usually we do it at 600. You can do it sometimes at 700 or more, but we selected 600 based on our TGA result. And then you will have nitrogen rich sample, and then you do the activation again. After you do the activation, usually you need another steps called etching of the material with acid. Usually we can do it with base also, but we selected to do it with acid. This etching will remove any residual let's say metal from the activated carbon, because the activation material usually contain metals, so it will not, you will not get rid of it by only heating. You have to wash it with acid to remove the potassium or sodium or cesium, as you will see in our work. And the second strategy, which is the best in my opinion, you start with the activation using activating agent like potassium carbonate. You do the pyrolysis under inert atmosphere. You do the etching. So now after you do the etching, you have high surface area. And in the second step, you add the nitrogen agent and you do another pyrolysis after that. The third one, as I told you, both of them together, the nitrogen doping and the activation in one steps. This is also not good because you need to have high surface area before you dope the material with nitrogen. What are the nitrogen agent? Typical nitrogen agent is ethylamine, hexylamine, for example, dimethyl dodecylamine. People can use also dimethyl dodecyl ammonium bromide. This is also surfactant, actually contain nitrogen. But from our work, we tried all of them, we tested all of them, but we found out urea is the best. Urea, for some reason, give you higher nitrogen content into the activated carbon. Maybe because it carries 2 nitrogen atom per molecule. So after we do the doping with nitrogen, activation and doping with nitrogen, we should expect something like this. Functional groups with nitrogen like amide, pyridine, pyridone, tertiary amine, primary amine, etc. And we have to identify these functional groups using different techniques like XPS or FTIR. To summarize the experimental for you, we start with palm stem and palm leaf. We do the carbonization at 600 for 1 hour in nitrogen atmosphere in the presence of activator. The activator, we tested different carbonate-based activator. We tested sodium, potassium, cesium carbonate, and also we tested calcium carbonate, which was not very good, and for a reason I will explain later. The best one actually we found is the cesium carbonate. This results in very high surface area and also result in bimodal porosity. So we have mesopores and micropores at high extent. Okay, so after you do the carbonization, we do the etching to remove the residual metal, cesium, until the etching should continue until you reach neutral pH. And then we do the second step, which is the functionalization. As I told you, we selected urea, which was the best in terms of surface area, in terms of nitrogen amount. And then we heat it again in inert atmosphere at 600, and we do the characterization, of course, before we test our material for removal of heavy metal. The result, the first things you have to do in such research, you have to know how much nitrogen you have in your material. And we found out, as I told you, the U means urea. We found out the palm leaf with urea resulted in 11.4% of nitrogen. By the way, the palm by itself has almost 0 nitrogen. There is no nitrogen. So when we dope it with urea, we reached 11.4% of nitrogen. With the stem, it was slightly less, around 8.4, something like this. So slightly less, but still reasonable good. 8.4 is also a high amount of nitrogen. When we use ethylamine, the percent was less. When we use the cationic surfactant, also the percent was less. Xylamine, the percent was less. And you can see here also the amount of nitrogen when we use only activated carbon. There is very, very low amount of nitrogen. So we have to actually do both steps, activation and doping with nitrogen in order to get the nitrogen. The Van equivalent diagram is a way to test whether you have produced activated carbon or you're still in the biochar area. The biochar contains more hydrogen, but when you have activated carbon, you should have much less hydrogen. So we use this diagram to confirm that our material is actually activated material, not biochar, which consists of very low amount of hydrogen compared with the carbon, and also low amount of oxygen compared with the carbon. So we are in the actually activated area rather than char area. We did XPS because XPS will give me more details than the elemental analysis. The elemental analysis will tell you only the amount of nitrogen, amount of carbon, amount of hydrogen. But I need to know the functionality. What type of carbon I have? There is many type of carbon. Do I have only aromatic carbons, or carbonyl functional groups, or carboxylic functional groups, or cyanide groups, etc. So you can see, for example, here for carbon 1s spectra, you can see we have 1, 2, 3, 4 type of carbon. The main carbon is actually the graphitized carbon, aromatized carbon, C bond, single bond, or C double bond C. This is the main part because it's a carbon material. But I still have some peaks for carbonyl group and cyanide groups, and also for carboxylic group. So we have actually in our activated carbon, we introduce the nitrogen, and also we have some oxygen. Okay, so it's not only carbon, there is oxygen and there is nitrogen. This is the nitrogen spectra on the left here. Showed that we have only 2 types of functionality, pyrrolic and peridinic. Sometimes in the literature, some researcher obtained more like 3 or 4 types of nitrogen functionalities, but in our case, we get only 2, the pyrrolic and the peridinic, based on the information available from the literature. We know that from the binding energy, what type of functionality we have, and we confirm that we have only pyrrolic and peridinic. In terms of oxygen, we have only single peak, and that is actually mainly the carbon with bonded to oxygen. Okay, in the activated carbon research, the use of SEM is not very beneficial, in my opinion, but it will give you some insight about, or some information about, the macro porosity, not the mesoporosity and not the microporosity. By the way, the mesoporosity means pores between 2 to 50 nanometer, and the micro is actually pores less than 2 nanometer. These are actually too small to be observed with ordinary scanning electron microscope. We need more advanced scanning electron microscope. But the macropores, which is actually above 50 nanometer, we can see it very clearly in SEM. So in these samples, we can see when we use the potassium carbonate and when we use the cesium carbonate as activator, we have some macroporosity, very clear. We did it actually before adsorption with heavy metal, and after adsorption with heavy metal, we still have the macroporosity. So we have macroporous material. The macroporous will enhance the surface area to some extent, but not very much like the mesopores and the micropores, the mesopores. Most of the surface area is coming from the meso and the micro, not from the macro. Okay, this is the most important actually technique in my opinion for activated carbon research. You need to do nitrogen sorbometry, because in this technique you will know the specific surface area, which means the surface area per gram of material. You will know how much you have surface area from micropores, how much you have surface area from mesopores, and how much you have surface area as external surfaces, not from the pores. And you can see here all the studied samples. The best result actually obtained from cesium, the one in red. The palm stem with cesium carbonate as activator resulted in a surface area of 2,700 meters square per gram. And the most interesting finding is actually we have biporous model. We have high extent of micropores and high extent of mesopores. What is the benefit of such finding? This means that such material can be used for removal of small, let's say, contaminant, like a cation metal or something, but also can be used for removing of large molecules like organic, let's say, large organic molecules. So it can be used for removal of heavy metals beside also large molecules in the wastewater. So this is the benefit of having biporous model of activated carbon. This is the volume of the pores. You can see quite high, 1.59 centimeter cube per gram. And the average pore size is 2.4. All the material we studied have around similar average pore size, except the calcium carbonate. This is the calcium carbonate. When you use the calcium carbonate, we get higher porosity. And this is because of the low surface area of the calcium carbonate. You can see it's very low surface area. And we know that the reason for that is calcium carbonate is not soluble in water. So actually it was only dispersed in water. We use a material called calcium carbonate nanoparticles, nanomaterial. We disperse it in water. We hope that it can be reacted with the biomass and enhance the surface area, but we were not successful. So we have low surface area, low porosity, and that's why we have large average pore size. Now, this is the material in red, which is related to cesium carbonate activator. It was 2,700. After doping with urea, you can see the lower line. After doping with urea, the surface area dropped from 2,700 to 1,000, around 1,500. And this is also good in my opinion, although there is a drop in surface area, but we will get benefit from the nitrogen actually. So still reasonably good surface area, but with nitrogen, with 11% of nitrogen. So we want to test such material to remove heavy metals. And still we have bi-model actually of pores. You can see we have great amount of micropores and great amount of mesopores. Okay, we also did isotherm analysis. You know, in order to know the shape of the pores, you need to plot the isotherms. So these are the isotherm of the studied material. We found out with the potassium carbonate, which is the one in the black, we have type 1 isotherm. Type 1 is when you don't have hysteresis. You can see there is no hysteresis here. So we have type 1. For the sodium carbonate, we have type 2B. This is a new classification actually, not the one adopted by IUPAC. There is a new classification published a few years ago, and I am using this new classification. Type 2B actually show hysteresis of type H4. And H4 usually means you have micropores. So when you use sodium, we have micropores more than mesopores. But when we use calcium, the hysteresis type become H3, and that means you have mesopores more than micropores. You have low microporosity. Okay. The second plot B, compare the cesium. which is the most important sample for us because this gives the high surface area. You can see here the palm stem cesium carbonate, the one in black, without urea, high surface area. There is hysteresis, type 2 isotherm, and H3, which means we have mesopores, large extent of mesopores. When we dope it with urea, there is a drop in the absorbed quantity of nitrogen, but we have type 4 hysteresis. And type 4 hysteresis means you have more micropores than mesopores. So the doping with urea reduces the mesoporosity. It doesn't change much the microporosity, but it reduces the mesoporosity. Let me just go back to show you the previous slide. You can see here the mesopores before doping with urea was 1,600 and now it's become 480. So most of the effect of doping with urea is actually dropping the amount of mesopores more than the affecting, the micropores. And we know the reason for that, because when you have functional groups of nitrogen, this will block some of the mesopores. This is the first reason. The second reason, when we dope it with urea, we do a second pyrolysis. And when you do a second pyrolysis, of course, the mesopores will collapse. So we know that the reason why doping with the urea affect the mesoporosity to a large extent. The last plot here show you different nitrogen reagent, and all of them show you actually type 1 with H4 hysteresis. But we didn't consider these samples because the surface area was not very high and the amount of nitrogen also was not very high. So we decided to continue our work with cesium rather than cesium and urea rather than potassium and, for example, hexylamine or ethylamine or dodecylamine. The pore size distribution very clearly shows that the cesium carbonate activator actually give you bimodal. You can see the black result. There is less than 2 nanometer pores up to here, but also there is huge amount of mesopores here. While all the other activator like potassium, sodium, and calcium, there is only micropores, not much mesopores, very little mesopores, mainly micropores. But with cesium, we have both meso and micro. This is very clear evidence that the use of activated, the use of the activators may affect the extent and also the type of the porosity. Not only the extent, also the type of porosity. You can have bimodal or single modal. All the other nitrogen reagent, actually with potassium, gives mainly micropores, no mesopores, except the cesium. Cesium only, that one give us the bimodal. We tested our material. Since we did the nitrogen adsorption, we also tested our material toward carbon dioxide adsorption. And we found out at 0 Celsius, one can reach 5.6 millimole per gram adsorbed CO2 into the activated carbon. But when we increase the temperature to 25, the amount adsorbed is less, and this is expected because the higher the temperature, the less the amount of adsorb of carbon dioxide. This is before doping with nitrogen, and this is after doping with nitrogen. After doping with nitrogen, even the amount become less. So introducing nitrogen into the activated carbon will not benefit the carbon dioxide adsorption. There will be no effect. It will make it worse because, as I told you, doping with nitrogen reduces the surface area. By reducing the surface area, the amount of CO2 adsorption is actually less. And so if you want to use the material for carbon dioxide adsorption, it's better not to dope it with nitrogen. Okay, we characterize our material with FTIR. FTIR is known as a bulk technique that will give you information about, qualitative information about the functional groups. not like the XPS. The XPS is surface technique, will give you quantitative information. The FTIR will only give you the qualitative information. And we can see, for example, before doping with nitrogen, we have hydroxyl group, we have CH, C double bond O, C double bond C, and we have also C single bond O. There is no nitrogen, actually. After doping with nitrogen, we can see here the C-N clearly in the FTIR. So this is a confirmation that we have nitrogen now. The problem is with identifying the nitrogen using FTIR, the signal is very close to the oxygen. There should be also nitrogen here, but it's very close to the oxygen. So we cannot differentiate whether it is for hydroxyl group or for amine group. They are on very close, appearing in a close wave number, similar wave number. Okay, after characterization, we tested our material toward the absorption of chromium 6 and lead 2, but we want to know whether which pH is actually the best for chromium 6 and for lead 2 absorption. What we found out, the chromium, the best result for removal of chromium was at pH 2, while the best result for removal of lead was around 7, which is actually neutral in pH. The reason for that, the lead 2 and water give you a cations. As you can see, I wrote for you the cations of lead down here. But the chromium and water give you anions. This is the main difference. So with anion, you need low pH. Low pH means more protons, more H plus. So the H plus and the activated carbon will attract the negative anion. While for the lead, we don't need that because it's already cation. So we do it at pH 7. So that's why we decide to do our work at pH 2 for chromium 6, and for lead, we did it at pH 7 because this is the best pH for the absorption of the heavy metals, the studied heavy metals. We did the what we call it the isotherm models. We tested 3 models in our work. Langmuir, which actually means we have a saturated monolayer adsorption. If you have a Langmuir model, if your data work well with the Langmuir model, it means you have saturated monolayer adsorption. We tested Freundlich isotherm, and Freundlich isotherm associate with multi-layers adsorption on heterogeneous surface. And we also tested a isotherm model called Temkin, and this related to the heat of adsorption. It's actually when you have good fit of your data with the Temkin isotherm model, it means the heat of adsorption decreases in a linear manner with the increase of the coverage. What we found out for chromium, the best model is Freundlich. So for chromium adsorption, the anions, as I told you, we have a multi-layers adsorption on heterogeneous surfaces. But for the lead, we get only mono-layer saturated adsorption, and this is actually represent well with the Langmuir. This, we can decide which one is best from the R-square value. The best R-square value for lead is with Langmuir. You can see here 0.997, 0.96, 0.98. So this is the best actually. So we assume that we have monolayer adsorption, but for the chromium, we have multi-layer adsorption on heterogeneous surface because the R-square value is the best for the Freundlich model. We did also kinetics because we want to know what order of our adsorption. What is the order of the adsorption? Either is it first or second? If it is first order, it means the adsorption only depends on the adsorbent material, the activated carbon. But when it is second order, it means it's actually depend on both the adsorbent and the adsorbate, the heavy metals and the activated carbon. For both results, we found out we have a second order kinetics. The R square value is 1. So the data fit very well with the model. And this means we have actually the absorption, the kinetics actually depend on both the heavy metals and also on the adsorbent, which is the activated carbon. We did also thermodynamics measurement. We measured the delta G and delta H and delta S. And for all the studied temperature, we found out our adsorption process is spontaneous because we get negative free energy. Although it is not very large, but we can tell that our adsorption is spontaneous. So no need for energy to do, no need for applying energy to do the adsorption. But for all of the sample also, it was endothermic. So it will absorb heat from this, the solution rather than generating heat. So you can see this, the delta H, all the value are positive, which means we have endothermic process. Spontaneous, but endothermic process with increase in entropy due to adsorption, slight increase in the entropy as a result of the adsorption. Okay, as a conclusion, the date palm originated from, the activated carbon originated from date palm have extremely high surface area, 2,700 meters square per gram. It shows that such material, after the incorporation of nitrogen, can remove very well the chromium +6, which is a negative ions in this solution, and also it can remove the cation lead, and the efficiency can reach 99.99%. Both chromium and lead metal ion adsorption was highly pH dependent. For chromium, actually, the best pH was 2, while for lead, the best pH was 7. The adsorption of chromium 6 for all the adsorbent were best fitted with Freundlich, while for the lead, the best model was Langmuir isotherm, which indicate we have monolayer adsorption for the lead. The introduction of functional group by nitrogen doping enhanced the adsorption for lead only, not for the chromium, because introducing nitrogen actually will introduce partial negative charge. And the chromium is also negatively charged. So there will be repulsion rather than attraction. So with the doping with nitrogen is good for cation, not for anion. If you have a contaminant with negative charge, it's not good to add nitrogen. You need to actually not to add the nitrogen, just leave it as it is, carbon with oxygen. The kinetics model parameters shows the applicability of pseudo second order model. So the kinetics actually depend on both the adsorbate and the adsorbent. And here, the most important finding, we get bimodal porous activated carbon with excellent surface properties, and also exhibit remarkable CO2 adsorption ability of 3.65 at 25 degree and 5.6 millimole per gram at 0 Celsius. We expect that such study on the biomass, which is really abundant, cheap, and low cost, will give a great contribution to future applications of metal removal from water. Also, we think we need further research to test maybe better material for the CO2 adsorption. This is what we did about the palm. I'm going to go very quickly on already published work. I will give you just examples quickly. We did also, we used ketosane. This is a biomass from the sea, actually from shrimp and from the shell of the fish. We can get also material called chitin, which we can convert it to ketosane with simple chemical reaction. This is considered as the second bio-waste material in the world after the plant biomass. After the cellulose, the second waste material is actually the chitin. So this is also very available, actually, abundant for many researchers. We use the chitosan to create activated carbon, as you see in this diagram. And we tested for potassium carbonate because we found out with the chitosan, the potassium carbonate gave us the best result, not the cesium carbonate. And this work was published recently, last year. Actually, this is the title of the paper. I will show you just quick result of the elemental analysis. You can see here the nitrogen amount for the highest is actually when we use the potassium carbonate. You can see the value about 11 point something. So the highest amount of nitrogen was when we use potassium carbonate. Also, you can see it here. This is potassium carbonate with urea, about 14%. So we have very high surface area of a very high nitrogen amount with this material. You can see the paper is already published. The surface area, the best surface area achieved was 1,500. We have also microporosity and mesoporosity, but the mesoporosity is not as high as with the palm. You remember with the palm was 1,600, here only 250. So we have much less mesoporosity with the chitosan. Also, another published work, we use another plant called Cyperus paparius. This is a plant from Poland. I get it from Poland, easily growing plant from Poland. No, sorry. This is from Iraq. I get this plant from Iraq. They have a plant called Cyperus paparius, and we mix it with the waste material of the surgical face mask, 50-50%. So 50% from the plant, 50% from the waste surgical face mask, because because of the COVID pandemic, we have a lot of waste material from the mask, and we want to find a way to deal with these plastics. This is plastic, actually. We want to deal with it by converting it to activated carbon. We are destroying the plastic. We are killing any COVID contamination, and we are getting rid of from the plastic. What we found out, this is also published. Sorry, I put the wrong. Let me just see. Maybe I reverse the papers. Okay. Sorry, this is not the correct paper link. I can send you the correct paper link later on. This is not the correct one. We published this work in a good journal last year also. The surface area obtained about 830. So not as good as with the chitosan and not as good with the palm. But this is expected because I'm replacing 50% of the plant with a plastic, polypropylene. The mask mainly from polypropylene. So by replacing 50%, you should expect less surface area. The amount of nitrogen was also not very high. You can see here 1.4. Yes, this one, 1.1. We achieved 1.1% of nitrogen. It was 0 in the plant. We enhanced it by mixing to reach 1.1 because I think in the surgical face mask, they are using antimicrobial agent containing nitrogen in the middle layer. This mask consists of 3 layers, upper layer and lower layer and the middle layer. In the middle layer, usually they use nitrogen compound, quaternary ammonium compound, because nitrogen quaternary ammonium compound is known to kill the germs. So because of that, we enhance our nitrogen from 0, as you can see here, to 1.1. Okay, this is a link for you if you like to know more about Kuwait University and the facilities that we have, research facilities that we have. And I want to also bring your attention to a vacancy, job vacancy in chemistry department we have. This is the link for the job vacancies. We need faculties in physical, chemistry, organic, and inorganic also. And I would like to acknowledge Kuwait University for sponsoring my work, and also Kuwait Foundation for Advancement of Sciences for sponsoring the work. And at the end, I want to let you know that I'm now currently editing a special research topic for frontiers and materials related to what I explained to you now. It's titled Heteroatom Doping Porous Carbonaceous Material. So not only nitrogen, any work related to doping of phosphorus, oxygen, nitrogen, sulfur into the carbonaceous material. Carbonaceous material is not only activated carbon. It can be char, it can be a nanotube, carbon nanotube, graphenes. For any applications, we are welcoming actually anyone interested in publishing work in this title. This is already, you can reach it just by writing heteroatom doped porous carbonaceous material in Frontiers. Thank you very much, and I'm ready to answer some of your questions.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ali. It is so interesting topics in chemistry field. We have several questions for Professor Ali. Oh yeah, we will come to Professor Azlan Kamari from Malaysia. Selamat datang, Professor Azlan. Okay, we will see the first question.
Okay.
Okay, the first one is defected carbon materials absorb pollutant from the air to reduce the amount of some gases, and how to apply it?
Can you repeat the question? I didn't get it, please. Can you repeat?
Can activated carbon can absorb gases from pollutant from air pollution?
Yes, I didn't do work on gas absorption, but if the nitrogen and CO2 can absorb in carbon, activated carbon, it should be also useful maybe for other applications. Maybe one can test hydrogen absorption, for example, which is an energy source. But I'm not sure about, for example, H2S, which is a very toxic gas. I don't know if this will be good, absorbent for toxic gas or not. I'm not sure. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Ali. This is the second question, maybe from Fatimah Abdullah. Ibu Fatimah Abdullah also asked about another application of the product of the activated carbon from the biomass. Maybe it is the same question from Ibu Fatimah Abdullah.
Yeah,
and then from Dewa Putra, I mentioned first, Professor. And then if there are some question, you can answer it by one answer to two or more question if this is the same question. Okay, from Dewa Putra, we have a lot of another carbon sources of biomass such as coconut shell. It is also palm plants, which in Indonesia. So do you have any specific criteria in order to get a good character of carbon as nitrogen functionalized? Okay, yeah. And then the third question is come from Bapak Joko Sudomo. If the palm tree inquired is ponic or dead palm, we are in Indonesia have oil palm tree. It can be used to the same utilization to making activated carbon also. Okay, and yeah. Then the next question is, oh, I know it has come from Ibu Cahyorini. Maybe Ibu Cahyorini can ask it by direct question. Okay, we asked to Professor Ali three questions about what is the best criteria from biomass to make the best activated carbon material. And the second one is another palm tree come from Indonesia, for example, oil palm. Can it be used as activated carbon sources also? Thank you. Please, Mr.
Yes.
Professor Ali.
Yes. Regarding the question related to the applications of another applications of activated carbon, yes, there is many applications for activated carbon beside the adsorption, like electrical properties. I saw many research related to enhancing the electrical, let's say, properties of activated carbon, and they use it for separation, for example, an electrode. But I'm not electrochemist, so I didn't do work on this idea. But I know there is many research related to electrical chemistry. The second question was about the advantage of carbon material compared to other porous material. Because we have the biomass, which consists of cellulose and hemicellulose, and this is mainly carbon actually. So it's readily abundant. The highest, the number one waste material is cellulose, and actually I can convert it to carbon. Maybe there is other adsorption, of course, there is other adsorbent material can be prepared from, in the lab, for example, I know one of my colleagues is preparing some materials, highly porous materials from carbon, but he can prepare only a few grams because this is in lab, not from biomass. From biomass, you can have tons and tons and tons of the material. So you need to know, actually, to find a waste material that will give you a large amount of low-cost waste material. You are solving the environment also because some people are actually burning this biomass instead of using it. So it's better actually to do it in inert atmosphere. In inert atmosphere, you don't produce much contamination like when you burn it in air. So this is actually green method actually to get a useful product from bio-waste material, which is readily abundant. But of course, there is other porous material, even from metal oxide. People prepare silica, highly porous material of silica and other materials also, and they test it for removal of metals and from other contaminants. Regarding the palm and trees in your country, if there is a waste material, not cutting the whole plant, if there is some waste material coming from this plant, of course, you can use it to produce carbon, activated carbon. And maybe in your materials, you'll find out you have nitrogen in the material itself. In our palm in Kuwait, we don't have nitrogen. It's zero, almost zero. So we have to add a nitrogen agent. But in your case, maybe you have nitrogen. So that's why the composition is important also. That's why I'm saying it is collaborative work, because the plant in Indonesia is different than the plant in Kuwait, it's different than the plant in Iraq, it's different than the plant of Poland. I tested plant from Iraq, from Kuwait, and from Poland, because I know they have different composition. Ketosam, by the way, the one that come from the shrimp waste material, contain nitrogen, about 4%. So there is also nitrogen in ketosam. This is one of the advantage of the ketosam as source for activated carbon. It's already contain nitrogen. We enhance it with urea and we reach 14%. But even if we don't add doping with nitrogen, we have 4% from the start. So it's good to study different type of waste material in your country. When you have a plant with high surface area and high nitrogen content, this will be a good target. So you have to test it. Maybe some of the plant will give you lower surface area. Maybe some of them will give you higher surface area. And of course, you have to test different chemical treatment, like with different activators, different etching agent, different temperature of pyrolysis. All these are factors actually in this material, in this field. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Ali. It is the clear answer for all questioner, Bapak Dewa, Ibu Fatimah, and etc. about the potential sources of biomass in Indonesia. So it will become a good potential also to collaborate with Professor Ali, right?
Yeah, of course.
Professor, okay. There's a second question from direct question. Maybe Bu Cahyorini can ask directly by your voice. Hello? Right, Ibu Cahyorini? Okay, Ibu Cahyorini asked about because of the high consumption of energy to the synthesis of activated carbon functionalized by nitrogen, is it can to be greener? To make it processes with green chemistry processes, Prof.
Yes,
How
this is
to
very
make this material by green synthesis of follow the green chemistry concept.
yes. This is very good question actually. The heating consume a lot of energy. So when you do pyrolysis, you are actually consuming a lot of energy, which is not green chemistry. It's not very green. So, in my opinion, because if you want to convert it to activated carbon by chemical means, you need to heat it to increase the surface area. So we have to design a reactor or a furnace that will consume less energy. And there is now some development in this aspect. For example, I know that there is some people designing a furnace or calcination furnace that will make use of the flow of nitrogen, because you heat the nitrogen, you heat the material in nitrogen, and then the nitrogen goes out. This is not a good way, actually. This you will lose some of the energy from the nitrogen. So it's better to circulate the nitrogen. So you heat it and you circulate it again and again. This might drop the consumption of energy by maybe 50%, because you already have hot nitrogen. You are not introducing all the time cold nitrogen and heat it, and cold nitrogen and heat it, and you get rid of it. So the design of the furnace is also very useful. So we need engineer people to develop a furnace that will consume much less energy by preserving the heat that goes into the, for example, nitrogen, rather than losing the nitrogen. So this is one of the, way to make it greener. I'm not aware of a method that will give you highly porous material of carbon without heat treatment. I cannot tell any. Only we can reduce the consumption of energy by designing a clever furnace. Okay.
Ibu Cahyorini, have you any response from the question? Please open your mic. Please open your microphone. Hello.
Okay. I'm sorry because I'm mute and I cannot use my. Okay. How about doing synthesis by activation and the nitrogen doping in one step? It will affect the porosity or the material. We do it in one step.
Yes, if you do it with one step, you will consume less energy. I agree with you. But because of my work was focusing on incorporating of nitrogen, we think the best way to incorporate nitrogen by using two steps. But yes, if you do one step, you will reduce the temperature, the consumption of energy, but maybe you will not be able to incorporate more nitrogen into the pores. Okay.
Okay, thank you for Professor Ali and also Ibu Cahyorini. Maybe we have the last question from the audience. You can raise your hand. Another question? Professor Ali, I find special tendencies which according to in basic inorganic chemistry. Why? I see that the higher the atomic radius from the activated agent from potassium, sodium, and then cesium, it will give the higher the surface area. Why it can be produced?
Yeah, this is something actually I thought about. Although the higher radius of cesium, but you need also to consider the hydrated radius. You know, there is some water around this also cesium molecule, and from my knowledge, the smaller the alkali metal, the larger the hydrated radius for that. So the reason behind increasing the surface area, I don't think it's only related to the size of the alkali metal. It's something. There is something else, maybe related to the reactivity, or maybe related to the solubility also of the metal. So maybe you need less soluble metal in order to create more surface area, or you need the cesium is more reactive than potassium. The reason for that, I'm saying, because with the ketozan, we found out potassium is better than cesium. But for our palm work, we found out cesium is better than potassium. So it's not very straightforward, and it's not related mainly for the size. There are some other factors also playing, the solubility maybe, and maybe also the reactivity of the metal with the biomass itself.
Okay, this is a new invention for us to teach our students that there are a new characteristic of periodicity in periodic table which can affect the characteristic of material. Thank you, Professor Ali. You have enlightened us to do new information, new invention, and new hope to collaborate with Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Maybe we will further discussion about it, and also to further collaboration with the researcher of the Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Thank you, Professor Ali, and all audience. We have almost in our second session in this conference. Once again, we say thanks for Professor Ali and all participants. And okay.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I really appreciate it, and I wish you all the best.
Okay, we will give the certificate for Professor Ali. Please. Okay, thank you, Professor Ali Bumajdat.
Thank you.
It comes from the Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Thank you. Jazakumullah khairan katsira. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The third presentation will be delivered by Professor Dr. Ahmad Jalal Khan Choudhury from Department of Agriculture, University Islam Sultan Sharif Ali, Brunei Darussalam. Chairing this session is Paramita Cahyaningrum Kuswandi, PhD. Paramita Cahyaningrum Kuswandi, PhD, earned her master degree in 2009 from Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Gadjah Mada, and her doctor in 2019 from School of Biosciences, University of Nottingham, United Kingdom. She is an expert in genetics and plant biotechnology. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Paramita Cahyaningrum Kuswandi, PhD.
Sorry. Thank you to the MC. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the third keynote speech of this conference. I will be the moderator of this session, and it is my pleasure to introduce you to our distinguished guest, Professor Dr. Ahmed Jalal Khan Chowdhury. To begin with, I would like to read the CV of Professor Jalal. Currently, he serves at University Islam Sultan Sharif Ali or UNISA in Brunei Darussalam, but he has served at the Kuliah of Science in the International Islamic University Malaysia from 2000 until 2002, and he is currently a University Senate member at UNISA Brunei Darussalam. And in his career, I think Professor Jalal has done many things that's incredible. He was awarded as Best Lecturer, Researcher, and he was nominated as an academic icon. In 2018, he has supervised undergraduates, postgraduates, and postdoctoral fellows, and has received significant numbers of research grants. And Professor Jalal also has served in various positions in the research community. One of them is in the Faculty of Science and the Institute of Oceanography and Maritime Studies at IIUM. He is also appointed as members and vice president in societies concerning fisheries, Malaysian Nature Society, and the British Ecological Society. In publication, Professor Jalal has served as chief editor of the newsletter The Oceanography, and currently he is chief editors and board members of several international prestigious index journals. He is also reviewers and members of editorial board in prestigious local and international index impact journal. And Professor Jalal, today his talk will be on aquaculture and fisheries science towards research and innovation, synthesis of contemporary knowledge and prospective implications. In this session, Professor Jalal, you will have 45 minutes to give the presentations, and then we will have 30 minutes for questions and answers. So for the participants, please take notes of your questions and comments for Professor Jalal to be asked after he finishes presentations. Professor Jalal, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum and good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson of this prestigious conference, Dr. Isti, Honorable Dean and Vice Deans of the University Yogyakarta, distinguished speakers, and respectable participants. Madam MC, to provide me this platform and talk about so many things about me. Thank you so much. So actually, can I share the screen? Sorry, I just want to look for my. Okay, it's okay. Can you see my? Can you see my things there? Can you see my?
Yes, we can see your slides, Professor.
Okay, actually since morning we are all of you here in the industrial environment, and I want to take you in the aquatic environment now. We have the amazing natural resources, which are responsible for our what you call the global food security and nutrition, and also other SDGs and other factors. So let's go there and we can see and sharing our topics on aquaculture, fisheries sciences. Okay, you can see the aquaculture is a basic information about the important contribution of aquaculture to food security. It is the farming of the aquatic plants and animals, which has been working for the contribute to the world for the last 2 to 3 decades. And it should work for the global fight against malnutrition and also provide much needed high quality protein and other essential nutrients. Okay, you see that, I mean, if you see fishery and fisheries, this is the thing, yeah. Fishery, we know that fishery is a very specific area there when you can go talk about only oysters or lobsters and eels and shrimps. And when you go for fisheries, it's a deal with a lot of things. It is capture and culture of fishes, and also it is involved with the plants and then other aquatic animals. Also, it is deal with your physical and chemical resources in the marine sciences and also inland resources. And so you can see that we found that here in freshwater aquaculture and then also marine aquaculture. So the aquaculture is divided into 2 areas. We can both area we are doing nowadays research and innovation. So, and then capture fishing, we say that basically fisheries under the capture fisheries. So capture fishing we do normally from the inland and then also both from the marine sources. When you go for we can talk about nowadays sustainable aquaculture. When you go for thinking of sustainable aquaculture, actually this is deal with the environmental aspect, and then economic and social. And social is normally community involvement, all the people involved who are involved with this, dealing with this fisheries and aquaculture. So for the goals of the sustainable aquaculture, maximize net benefits. This is normal way. So what we do, we have to comprise this 2 ways. One is maximize the socio-economic benefits. Second one is minimize environmental damage. So when you go for maximize socio-economic benefits, it is sustaining employment and livelihoods, also enhancing your edible fishes and also tax revenues. When you think about the minimize, it is normally the pollution and also your landscape impacts and also wild stocks. Because if you not manage these both sides together, then it's never sustain your information, your aquatic resources, and then we are not manage our food security in the long run. So you can see when you go to fisheries, unlike other natural resources such as oil and gas, fish are actually interesting, it's a renewable resource. But if you protect it, if you not properly done the fishing aspect and also other management aspects, so this is dangerous for us in the long run. You can see the pictures here. I mean, what's happening here? Maybe people happy, trawler, everybody. What's happening here? It's a lot of things happening continuously. Fishing pressure. You can see every day thousands of trawlers everywhere in the world. I mean, there's Atlantic. I mean, all the oceans and the bay and the sea, and also. So we have to think from this world in the world long run. What is to sustainable development and also towards research and innovation, how to increase these resources. So when you about the marine food web, we can think that marine food webs really depend on the forest fish. What are these forest fish? Actually, they are pelagic and planktonic and feeding fish. Mostly these are the area, I mean, small fish, and they are mostly important in managing the ecosystem of the ocean food web, because they are giving feed for everybody. Because if they don't have, you can see these are dying. Means if it's predator means dying, also the whole ecosystem will collapse. So all these things, phytoplankton and all these things are managing this food web. When you go for as a scientist, researcher, when you think of what is fishery ecosystem plan, this is called provides a science-based roadmap. So it is, again, you have to blend it your different areas, and then you're generating a map and disseminating information regional fishery to implement ecosystem-based management. You can see here there are a lot of things here. It's surely you can see this land and also ecosystem here. So you have to remember that what is coming from here to here, which can do pollute here, whether it is effect on our existing aquatic or resources or not, because all are very sensitive and vulnerable. And also
recording stopped.
Another thing is coming, commercial fishing. You see, this is also doing. So these are the
recording in progress.
Aquatic resources getting a lot of pressure in the water body. So you can see there one of the example, the Mediterranean Sea, how much the pressure going on. They're not giving the chance for them to move around. So, because sometimes we have to think for there, means these are the organisms staying in the underwater. So they don't have any other places. They move here, then we block all those things, nets and here, starting here, and everything we do document. So if you see, sometimes we don't care, we think about money and we think about the things. So if you're not towards R&D properly done, and also we not do properly, like student and others, these things properly from the school, university, if it's what happening here. Before trawling, after trawling, the whole nets taking all this, instead of fish, also taking the coral. So we are losing this habitat. So these are the things also need to learn at the level of the university, and also go for the other matters, so that total balance can give us food security and also research and development. You can see also they are enjoying this is called recreation fishing. But what happening can be all these fish, some of the fish may be spawn fish, so big, they have full of eggs, but we don't care because we want our money, we want our fish, we enjoying this one. But a lot of doing one fish can be 1,000 to 1 million of the eggs we lose from the fish, from the resources. So we have to think for this also. So in that case, what we need, we have to go for lifelong learning, means from them, and also because education for people and planet is important for the conservation and then natural resources. So we have seen this way that they have to come started from the school life, they have to come to the nature to see what is the conservation, and they have to learn from the university student have to know what's happening underwater world, and they have to learn, they have to be skilled, then they get a good job in the long run. It's lifelong learning. They have to come to the space and then to the place where we call that aquaculture and fisheries sciences deal with. So they have to know what is mangrove, what is the wetland, the different of estuary, and what is the lake. Because if they're not seeing is believing. If they not come and see these things, it never happen from the room, and then we can do. But nowadays, of course, remote sensing, all these things there. But still, we need to see. And then we have to come and visit, and then also we have to go for the proper SDGs for your program, for R&D. You can see socio-economic values. Know about what is ecological process and socio-economic value. Everything is important. Scientific aspect, cultural aspect, fishing, diving tourism, and also removal of algae. We thinking about a lot of algae. You can even see phytoplankton is the most primary production. It is the vital food for the. And if it is not there, it could be global warming is come up also in the long run. So predation of life also, coral colonies, sedimentation also is important, and bioerosion. So all these things actually giving as a socio-economic value. So you see, sustainable world deals with the ecology, socio-economic aspect. It's important for the education in the all aspect. You can see this student here. One of these is a Pahang last year. Student, you see, they learn by the hand at the school level. Learn what is this? It's talking of the fry. They're releasing in the pond, freshwater fish. So they know how this is not released simply straight away. So they learn. They have to keep it for some time. The temperature outside inside should be okay. Then they release these things. So everybody has one pack, so they know they can get the value. They can give the ecological values. They can understood, and then also in the future sustainable goals. They also need to know. You see, this is the called sanctuary. That's some of they call we call the freshwater sanctuary. We call Kela fish. How much you see here? People used to go there. They will have a marine park and also freshwater protected areas. So these protected areas, what will they do? They can keep it for the all the fish and others, so they can get their normal environment and also spawning everything. So people not touch this one, so that normal in the long run we can get a lot of production in the near future. So this is also important for in the thing aspect. So this is the thing. Even though they can learn from here chemistry, physics also, and also physical chemical aspect they can learn, and biological in terms of fishes. Even though you can see one of the very in Japan, they're doing like Japan, they are doing like study highest, in terms of the schooling, and then also monitoring movement of the dolphin. And so this is also on our technological advance. So everywhere we need slowly advancement in the technology and also in the research and development. You can see they also need nowadays, this is called chemical, they need water quality, and they have to go for the chemical study of this fish and water body, so that they can know that, okay, this water body is good for the fishes and others as well. So everybody has to individual study also. Sometimes they have to get out one pond on one shot, so they can learn properly their own way, so that they easily for them to go for the to proper management on the aquatic resources. Of integrator is another way. You can see how to blending. We can blend also these things. Means it's agriculture, also fisheries, and also some sort of plant science in coming. We can say nowadays we can say duck cum fish farming. We say paddy cum fish culture. With crop cum fish culture means one resource areas, inland waters. We can utilize a lot of things here. Even so simply water body you fish. We use this water for the also. You can focus your livelihood also and as well as for the your food security. And then you can see here the fish giving the fishes, if it come to the plants, and then plant get back to the fish again. So that fertilizer come to the water body from the fish, and then fish fertilizer get taken by the plants. So this is one of the interesting way to also we can go for food security. So synergetic knowledge of aquaculture and fisheries. So you can see the breadth and depth of knowledge in the fields of aquaculture, fisheries, and provided by broad skills in natural and social sciences needed for careers in the field of the area. So special knowledge should be they have to know for the scientific diving, handling of small boats, business management, entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship, now I show you that they have to know from the beginning, the pond structure start from the beginning, and what are the chemistry of behind this, what are the soil, structure of the soil. So everywhere they have to know the natural sciences blended with the applied science towards the fulfill the global security. So you can see also aquaculture and food security, even fisheries, global food security and nutrition scenario. Only not one area. You can see that, okay, you take the fish, but what's the inside there? You have to know also that this is this fish giving this one. What is the proper nutrition aspect in our marine fish and also freshwater fish. So you can see the nutrition important of fish. Of course, we know that fish has animal protein, base animal protein, but you have to know that a lot of things. Micronutrients. They have a lot of micronutrients here. This of cardiovascular will be reduced. Okay, nutrition quality can be go for pregnant mother, vitamin D, and then you can get your immune system here. And vitamin D, A, also we have again vitamin D, B12. So it's a multiple aspect. One science, they give you products. In terms of study this one, and then research oriented, it can give you multiple aspects of the benefits. And we need to, this is benefits not goes to you and your student or not your nation. It's go to the, ultimately it goes to the global. So you can see here, so nowadays, impacts of climate change is a big issue now. So this is how. This also we can go for these things also. How to manage aquatic resources can be help us. You can see the availability of aquatic fish will vary through changes in habitats, because different habitats will be there. Aquatic resources can be changeable. The stability depends also, in terms of season, because the monsoon, non-monsoon, not so easily to get all type of fish in that every time. And then you can see the when the temperature high, a lot of fishes die in the land here. I mean, and also another way, most of the fishes also during the monsoon and non-monsoon, sometimes the boats get overfishing. I mean, in terms of fishing aspect, they took so much fishes, so that affects also our natural stocking. Also, you can see the changing in livelihoods. If you take more fish, more in the long run, then what the farmers and the coastal areas affect a lot of things. And during the COVID, we can see this problem huge. Utilization of aquatic products will also be impacted. So products also impact, means in the long run, the coastal farmers will not get enough products because of this climate change. So this is also important for us to manage aquatic resource and through fisheries aspect. So sustainable food security, and what is the knowledge issues of sustainable food security? You can see the social and economic and ecological aspect and sovereignty and safety. So when we say knowledge issues of sustainable food security, it should be awareness of food with recovery producer to consumer links, from long to global chains to short and local network operations, chemical-free fertilizers. We are doing now straightforward. A lot of, especially paddy, we are using these pesticides. And then what happened? These pesticides can become to the water body, and then we are destroying our aquatic resources. So we have to be careful nowadays. We should go through sustainable matter. We utilize the organic matter so that we can use not fertilizer anymore. Sorry, we not use the pesticides. We can utilize such a way that that's why I say that just now we said that fish you utilize in the rice field so that the fishes will be as the fertilizer, and then fish can take the insects. So you don't need to put pesticides to kill the insects. So this could be increase or enhance your biodiversity. So this is the way we can go for the accountability and also building resistance, nutrition value, and also health. Global hunger, it is one of the most dangerous things now, even though we are always happy that we are doing well. You can see Asian countries, and I'm talking about 2019. I don't know what happened in the next 3 years. My data will not get much. I will not get update 1 year. See, we are almost moderate, serious conditions. If you say global hunger index, they are doing all aspects. So we are towards the area who have to be careful in the long run. And our most natural food is our fish, aquatic resources. So this one is lost. Can you guess how much rice paddy will give us? Will reduce our hungerness. So you can see now, a lot of people maybe know, oh, you go for the seafood, you go to the restaurant, I know, but you should also get this one. You should know that is how much you get. This is your obesity, you will reduce your risk cancer, improve the skin condition, improve migraines. On the tuna fish, you can get a lot of what you call anti-cholesterol. It will reduce your diabetes. Alzheimer's disease can be reduced. So you see, one of the things is this marine fish, this seafood can help us a lot in all our aspects. So in that doesn't mean that we have to take as much as possible. We have to be careful also so that we not take. We have to utilize optimum utilization so that it will be helpful for all peoples in this world. So see now, health benefit of tilapia, health benefit of tuna fish. I'm giving you example, a lot of fish, a lot of tuna. I'll just give you that straightforward, that how much you get from this one. You see, one is marine fish. So you see benefit in weight loss, boost immune system, you can get more fishes, tilapia fishes. Those who obviously maybe can be lost, things, but you have to be mostly, this is one, like a soup is best important. Improve bone health, prostate cancer, and then also reduce symptoms of aging. If you tilapia, we can give you more. You want to be a younger long term, very possible. But they're going a lot of biotechnology nowadays. So muscle growth, improve brain health. And if you go for the tuna, you see protect skin and kidneys, reduce respects, help to reduce developing depression in women, promotes growth, development muscle of the body. And also, I told you just now, tuna fish have a lot of, if you have in the sum of your cholesterol, it will be reduced a lot. If you get soup at least once in a week, it reduces a lot. So if you go through the products of the fish, even though fish, each part of the fish has a lot of things. You see, their muscle, they give you proteins, their backbone and so on, give you minerals, collagen, gelatin, they have protein peptides. Viscera, you throw right. It's one also enzymes we can use for the enzymes and oil. instead of throwing the one, we can keep it for the R&D aspect. We can talk research on the aspect. Collagen gelatin, I think, is common. I think nowadays research, and then you can see the this water. You can use it, the fertilizers and all, protein powders, hydrolytes, mineral supplements, pharmaceuticals, all aspects. Some oil, fish meal, all those things we can get from the fish products. So fish is not only the flesh, also is fish byproducts also we can get from each part. So aquaculture feed the world. They said nowadays the aquaculture could feed the world and protect the planet if we get it right. Because if you get it nicely, that you can get it. Both inland and also marine aspect. But unfortunately, we are increasing the population, and also a lot of natural disasters coming. And also we never thought a lot of illegal fishing and other things. We're reducing our things. Fish consumption, developed countries and developing countries. You can see that until 2011 and to 2013, and this is 2023 what's happening. Developing countries consume more meat and fish. You see this is the white one is developed country, and then this is developing countries. So we are, unfortunately, we are looking for the fish. So means developing countries utilizing more fish from the natural resource we have. So it's good for our health, but also not good for that in the long run for the sustainability. So we have to remember that how to utilize properly, because it is nice to do that, but you have to be careful. Fortunately, Indonesia is one of the top 10 countries until 2016. I found this one. So this good things there, but still, if you do like this, if you do this way, your left hand and right hand take everything there, and you don't care about the spawning season and others. So what will happen? So you see, also we can do this one. Also, it's famous in the ASEAN countries. We call Udangala, so we call Macrobang, Rosenbergi. People can do a lot of things there. This is our things, but again, we have to think our future. Again, this one, Indonesia, also alhamdulillah, you are again one of the top countries in terms of marine capital productions until 2018. So, but you have to remember that optimization, utilization, optimization should be followed. And we call this education is proper there. The ecotourism, all those things should be there. So we call nowadays edu ecotourism, means educational purpose. This tourism simply not go and visit. No, they have to learn from there how to conserve these marine fishes and others. If you go for the aquaculture fisheries research innovation, nowadays biotechnology doing a lot of Asian countries. They go for transgenic fish also. This is also in the temperate countries also. They found that larger and grow faster. This fish is really in the Cambodia. It's one of the biggest, patin, pangasius. So if it's larger and grow faster, this is we can do resistant to diseases. And also nowadays, interesting things, they're doing now anti-freeze gene, and they're doing this one for other fishes tropical, so that they can make it such a way that the tropical fish can be stay in the cold waters, and cold water fish can be stay in the cold water, in the tropical areas. And interesting thing, the gene nowadays they plan to use the protein in the others. So those vegetables very fast spoil. They want to utilize the things nowadays, so that can be possible. Fish feed. Nowadays, the fish meal, they from the fish meal you're using for the fish feed, they just actually have phosphorus. Phosphorus actually increasing in terms of eutrophication is higher. So nowadays, they're going for the also biotechnological study on the plant protein. So it's again, we see blended study. Biotechnology section can come to the aquaculture classes, and they can show them some of biotechnology aspect. So the how to plant protein can reduce. They have the huge balanced amino acid profile, and they can reduce the phosphorus because they don't have phosphorus inside. Using local plants, another interesting. You can use the local plants. Your local plants is available in the market. One of the things I mentioned here, which is one of the professors studying in the University of Malaysia, Terengganu, he published papers. You can find. You see that. For instance, study they found in tilapia, in some catfishes. They found from there that normal, you don't need to use chemical anymore. They can go for the from the local plants, they study and then found this, they can reduce the diseases. No need to treat with the formalin and others, because that is not nowadays we call say halal, no halal anymore. So this is also interesting things we have to think. What so that means you can find microbiology study here, fisheries people, and then also chemistry people can study together in this aspect. Waste to wealth, and just now another keynote speaker talk about kitchen science. That's why I want to say that this is the things you can see, the fiber, the shell. This one we can use also nowadays for the pharmaceutical aspect. And another interesting for you, those who are still like shrimp too much, shrimp shell is good for the cholesterol. So far, I mean, the doctors found this one, but still need to study more, because they found if you have cholesterol, you take more shell, you can make it, because grinding it and take soup, you cut cholesterol will be reduced, because the flesh is high cholesterol. But if you get this one together, maybe you have a chance to reduce your cholesterol. So ketone can be used for a lot of pharmaceutical and food science. Interesting things. Now fish gut waste. This is the things we say that nowadays. If you go to a pasar tani or in any pasar, what they do they cut the head, and also nobody like to head also on all also with this one. If you head also a lot of fat there, and this is they found the fish oil is renewable, energy efficient, displaceable. Displace petroleum derived diesel fuel, also reduce your global warming, because if you use this type of oil in your normal life, I mean inside of communication aspect, and non-toxic. So you found that you see here, they found also they're very high profile. Like you can see nowadays in the Honduras, in the Vietnam also, they're using this tilapia. The guts oil from the, of course you need a lot of things. So far 1 kg you can give 1 liter of oil. So you see the bus is all from this fish oil. They studied there nowadays. All from you see here mentioned the bio from aquafans. They found that from the waste product of the fish. So you see all this Stockholm, a lot of bus, but all this energy efficient from the fish waste. Fisheries problems and solution. I told you just now, right? What is population problem? See that you a long line and you are in your boat, and you see, but what happened? You see, we are losing our conservation. You are losing our beautiful, very, very important things. You see, the turtles. We're losing our turtles. Also, some birds also come. This is also when shields inside there. So it is not good at all. You cannot do simply a lot of long line. You have to be careful. Case or coral reef. Just now I show you the pictures. If you do this way, straight away here, coral reefs, and you put the nets, you know. So that's why there should be an R&D proper scientific aspect. This is why you need to know from the university level, it's called college level, that how we can study fishing vessel, how they manage the managing of the fishing system. Otherwise, in the long run, we never get any more coral reef in our and also oceans in the long run, the way we are doing. So serious problem and solution is maximum sustainability. This is called maximum sustainability. You have to find that always is there. Your graph should not go down. Yeah, and then if we is like that, if you do things like that, our graph will go down. If you each year fishing by catch, this is called by catch, means you're catching fish, but other things also come. It's because you are not target. And what do? Because if you die, people sometimes they eat, maybe, but how much you're reducing you're destroying your environment, your conservation. 120,000 seabirds a year by just you catch the bird and then you throw it. Because birds go down and you also put the nest there. 100 million sharks, 100,000 dolphins, and then 250,000 also leatherback turtles. Problems and solution. So you can see that the solution, what do you see? You see turtles in short, turtles also in your nets. Yeah, so sad. Because you're doing this way, all the things. Plus, see a lot of fishing nets there, and then you got it there. You see, this one also you got during your fish nets. Nobody can escape from your netting. So we have to be careful for trolling and other things. The way the netting is not proper. So another thing, if you do aquaculture, don't only talking about fishing, how about aquaculture? Another one dangerous. So you see, you have to get some feed. You have to be careful that feed is what. Yeah, and sometimes the feed, maybe the chemical is aspect there, and we utilize maybe fish this, we use the fish disease, we put the chemicals there, and you never know these chemicals go to the whole water body and it is become polluted for other fishes. Non-native diseases, you are getting the native exotic fish from other countries. Oh, very big fish, very faster, but you have to grow first, you have to quarantine, you have to study first. These things, R&D first, research and research aspect, innovation, do something. Then you go. Otherwise, these diseases come for whole aspect and we lose again. And that's why. And now there's fish feed. We are eating antibiotics. More dangerous now. It's everywhere. Fish feed and always and also chicken. So we should have to careful all those things. Otherwise, this thing fish will come up and then gives us another dangerous aspect. We're losing our, we call inbreeding, and then we're losing our natural, our endemic resources. This towards sustainable development. Now, if you say that, what is happening now? If you say towards sustainable development goals, we can talk about there is the food and nutrition, sustainable livelihoods, poverty alleviation, economic growth, sustainable using of marine resources, blue economy. Yeah? This is the latest news about that. Blue economy concept, most marine and coastal marine aquaculture. Adaptation to climate change, environmental sustainability means we have to think such a way that our sustainable development could be achieved. So what you used to plans and ecosystem think capacity? This is called the sustainable development coastal zone, heritage, socio-economic aspect, natural ecosystem. Socio-economic means we have to teach the farmers. We have to not only the university level, also the farmers that you have to know what is the management aspect of coastal resources, how to manage it properly. And then we can go for more policy aspect. And also continuous monitoring, waste management, a lot of waste. Sometimes the fish, a lot of fish, they cannot manage properly, and this fish is become waste, and it is becoming obnoxious area. The area has become obnoxious because of pollution. So why invest in transition to sustainable fisheries? You see, the 3 billion people rely on fish, 40% of higher and under sustainable management. Extra $50 billion going to manage sustainability. Fisheries contribute 274 billion, but how long we can do this way in the long run. So that you have to be careful again about fisheries and aquaculture aspect. Now I show you that farm management, they have to be careful this because this antibiotic comes to your body also, and then you become antibiotic resistance. Later you will go to doctors, doctor will ask you, I got diseases or other aspect. Now COVID, sometimes you see not effective. Why? Maybe somehow we are antibiotic resistant or we are medicine resistant because we're taking through. And this is one of the most dangerous is fish because they found fish feed, sometimes they put antibiotic. They found that total antibiotics have been repeated already in other national cost. It is also important for the aquaculture aspect. And then this is more dangerous in the fish feed. So nowadays, another social science coming. It's not only natural science. We have to involve also nowadays. I think this is called halal aquaculture. Muslim without dawa is like a fish without water, right? So we have to think for the halal markets. So if this means, what is this? Which means your fish feed, you have to remember that it is toyaban or halalan toyaban. Even though one also not good because some pollution is there. So you have to be careful because you know why they found that. Don't want to tell the name of the country, European country they found, even though some Asian country they found in the fish feed some sort of blood of non-halal things there. And this is so dangerous things for us. So careful of the non-halal things to fish feed, and also as antibiotics is also non-halal. So we cannot follow this one. So this is also important things now come. I mean, it's one of the areas we call ethics in science and technology. This is common things there. And then nowadays this is university study, we including it so that the student can learn what is the importance of the ethics and halal and aspect, halal and haram in the food science. So what is the strategic mandate we can do? This is from my aspect, fisheries and aquaculture, we can do that open multiple private, public, decentralized, demand focused, principal actor, private sector, public sector, leading and facilitation. Leading and facilitation done by the university. Get closer to the technological frontier in fisheries and aquaculture. Expand the business base so that we do the more business, and that means we have to go for more innovation products so that the industry will come and work with us. Improve public and private governance means we work together. We have to involve with the university. We work with the the industry also, so that industry can work for our things, so they can found, they can sponsor, and then we can work more on the R&D. We can see innovation, and you see the R&D and the innovation implementation macro regional. You have to go for the regional aspect, then go for the global. So innovation service market, then construction for local and regional networks, then capacity development, regional service supplies, and then applied research technology supplies. So with the fundamental science, with the natural science, then we have to go for applied and then technology development. So then we can get nice, our output. So what happening now? You knew the way. Excel model public, supply mainly public with supply focus directed to basic research, educate to raise traditional more productive metrics, lack of systematic policy to promote invitation. So here we can do to more private and public supply open to the broad call. We have to call more often, and also bring a lot of people. You cannot do solo, lonely alone. Everything we have to work together. If universities, one country university, another country universities. Just now, our former keynote speaker said that please come to the great work together. Yeah, we have to work this way. Then we know each other university because of our global aspect for the ummah, because we cannot do alone nowadays, because we have to work for the global now. Putting the of the sector model, and then also horizontal governance responsibilities. We have to share responsibilities. Okay, this is my country. We are doing an effect to other countries. Please, we have to work together. So, if you see the food and nutrition development goals, how life below water means how the fisheries and aquatic science they're doing. This is a better nutrition, right? Better nutrition reduces population pressure on the world region. How you work on that? No poverty. In the long run, every people have aquaculture, through that they can go nutrition, they can do business, so the poverty can be reduced. Through hunger, more fishes, the hunger will be less, because everybody can they get the foods, good health. I just show you right, nutrition can give you good health, so fish can give you good health. Education quality, without a sufficient nutritious diet, learning ability and focus are greatly impaired. So this is also can be blending. So the student can go more faster, more intelligence. Climate action, I just now show you right. We can go for that in our food securities. Responsible consumption of production. So if you become responsible for the consumption of our food, we can reduce our more waste. So it can be in the long run we can fulfill our SDGs towards 2030. So last but not least, I just show you that we have to work for the advanced disciplinary driven academic education. Means biology, physics, chemistry, geology also should come in, technology, logistics. This research and innovation should be here. And then if you do here, we can find that in declaration, it is in Korea. They found what is that? Ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities. So the student should learn that. Okay, the student and then also our community learn that we are destroying our environment. We are destroying our aquatic resources. We are not serious about our own, the resources. If we serious, we see properly, then it could be a long learning. Means student never forget, and every student do their own way. If they go to the places to see and then aquaculture, they never forget, and they can earn their own money, and then they will become economic development, means knowledge-based economy. So you can show that educate the student, educate the human being, educate the community. Economic development is confirmed this country. So that's why third world countries is now coming up. You can see Indonesia, Malaysia, Bangladesh, other third world countries, India, they're coming up for the economic development through aquaculture and agriculture. So important. Thanks a lot for giving me a chance to talk, Madam MC. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Jalal. This is right on time. It's 45 minutes exactly. There are 3 questions in the chat.
Yeah.
Let me just open the chat. Sorry. The first question is from Marsa Shinta. She asked how aquaculture applications can be implemented properly that can develop human resource capacity and transfer fisheries technology.
Is it Abdullah?
Sorry?
Abdullah. It's question by Abdullah, right? Thank you. And okay, the one, the research and development in fishery technology, right?
You can answer it directly one by one.
So this is the just want to ask you that this is the actually everything is involved in research and development is deals with the aquatic resource management. So when you say aquatic resource management, you have to start from the small project. It is fundamental as well as applied. So if you want to work together, then you can find actually what's happening, what before and after about your project and about these aquatic resources. So we have to think for the technology. Nowadays, it's marine science technology. Means what? You need to have to think about the fishing system. Because just now I show you, they can find this technology of the fishing time. Nowadays, we can use the GPS and also the remote sensing so that they found that what time they recalled in terms of your breeding time, spawning time. So we can avoid that time. And then fishing, our technology is such a way that automatically they do fishing time, they will awareness there, and then they found nowadays Norway others they're doing. So that automatically fishing will start when the spawning time is finishing. So this is the way we can do a lot of things. And this is called innovation. So your technology innovation will come after the outcome will come from your research. So this is important. So it means you have to know for the basic ecology first. So all the things you see, natural science and your applied science involved in terms of things. And number 2 is that another question I can see the answer. The type of transgenic fish that is into fish not eliminate the nutritional content such as protein and amino acid. They found nowadays, the transgenic fish when they do, because this is now for the giving also whether it is halal or haram, but in terms of nutritional content, they not found much loss so far. It's European. Mostly the content in the temperate country, they study this one. So far that they found not much effect to nutrition. Only thing is in terms of what do you call for us Muslim aspect, whether we can change our system, our food this way. That's the things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Jalal. Sorry, I'm just having difficulty with the chat. So for the second question from Abdullah, you have research and development. I think you have answered this one. And the last one from Dewa Putra, transgenic fish. Will the antifreeze not eliminate the nutritional content, such as protein, amino acid, and others? So basically, I think if you make a new type of fish or transgenic type of fish, are there any negative sides or negative impacts of that technology?
Yeah, this is actually mostly I told you just now that in terms of conservation, we have to think in some conservation whether it could be effect to our endemic, our normal resources or not, because in normal population. So that's why they not study that one, but they found that in terms of nutrient, not much did change, but behavior change means suddenly it could becomes like predatory behavior and then dangerous. So this is the dangerous. That's why we say that in terms of we are Muslim aspect halal. We said dawa that we have to be careful before anything new things started, like biotechnological product. We still doing right.
Okay, so we still have to be careful in creating something new, even though we aim in producing something better.
Definitely.
Any more questions from the participants? We still have how many minutes do we have until we have 24 minutes left. Any more questions? Maybe while we wait for another question, Professor Jalal, I would like to ask a question about the halal side that you explained.
Yeah.
You said that the use of processed animal proteins, it may affect the halal of the product. So do you think it's necessary for us to have a labeling, a halal labeling for fish and other seafood products?
No, actually, in Islam, we say that all marine fish is halal, right? We say that, yeah.
Yes.
But some food now, because of fresh water, so fresh water. That's why I say that there's a controversial, right? So some fish, some product. That's why if you're not, everybody now become that jakim there, everywhere there. So they look like they're, habituated for that. Is it halal? Because actually, when you do properly, it's already okay. But I told you just now, if marine product, okay. But if it is freshwater product, maybe sometimes it is a lot of have a chance for pollution, other things. So that's the things like people for halal there. But even though you can find, even this is all depend on our own discipline, those who do properly. That's the things, my suggestion, that we have to think ourselves. Should not be illegal thinking and ethical aspect. We have to strong. That's why ethics in science and technology, we should be properly teach all the students during the research methodology classes. I was expecting someone maybe ask me with COVID, effect of COVID, how about in aquaculture and fisheries because of this COVID last 2 years. It is a massive effects on the aquaculture fisheries. I didn't mention here much because it's not relevant, but I want to tell you that it is whole ASEAN or whole world is affected. So that 2030, whether we achieve or not our SDG, we don't know yet because our product, actually, in fact, production was there, but we cannot make it licensing. But that's why advantage is maybe we can make it our production more here. But what happening after COVID finish, they started again like all this, massive fishing again. Like so, maybe we don't know whether we can make it again or not. So always remember that. Actually, during the COVID, they said natural resource was kept intact because it's not disturbed because we're all in the house. Because predator everywhere is the human being. If you don't mind, we are the human being, top predator. So destroy our environment.
Okay. Thank you for your answer, Professor Jalal. Okay, we will wait for a few minutes. Are there any more questions from the participants? Okay, maybe they haven't thought of any questions to ask you. Maybe later on, if they can ask. Is it okay to email you in person?
Me, yeah, please. Sometimes,
Okay, thank you
you
very
may not like to ask question too much so big maybe. So
Yes.
email me, I will answer them. Please tell them to email me. I will
Okay,
answer. That's
thank you
better
very much.
to save your time.
Okay, we can ask from the committee for your email, I think. Okay, thank you for a very interesting presentation, Professor Jalal. It's been a pleasure. I hope in the future we can meet again, maybe for further collaboration between the university and Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. For the participants, thank you for listening to the third session. You can contact directly Professor Jalal if you have any questions in the future. For this next section, we have a certificate for you, Professor Jalal. So if you can just stay for a little bit longer.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you
so
very much,
for
Professor Jalal. It's been a pleasure. Good luck for you in the future and hope we can meet again.
Okay, thank you very much. Bye. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now stepping on to the fourth presentation by keynote speakers. Dr. Adam Noel from the University of Warwick, United Kingdom, will give his keynote speech. Chairing this session is Wipsar Sunupram Stwandaru, PhD. Wipsar Sunupram Stwandaru, PhD, earned his master's degree in 2007 and his doctorate in 2011 from Bristol University, United Kingdom. He wrote an article in a Scopus Index journal entitled Increasing the Sensitivity of Polymer Optical Fiber Sensing Element in Detecting Humidity, Combination of Macro and Micro Paddings. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Wipsar Sunupram Stwandaru, PhD.
Okay, thank you very much for the generous introduction by the MC. Now we come to the last session of day one of the 9th ICRIEMS. We hope that the participants are still with us as we have an excellent speaker with us at the moment. He is Dr. Adam Noel of Warwick University, UK. But before I read his excellent bio, I would like to go to Dr. Adam Noel for a while. Hello, Dr. Adam Noel, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Excellent. So welcome to the 9th ICRIEMS. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you very much. How are you doing?
Okay, so I guess it's the morning in UK.
Yes, it's about 9:15.
Excellent. Okay. So, I would like to continue. So, I would like to read a short bio of Dr. Adam G. Knoll. He is a Canadian. His research interest is biophysical signal propagation, cellular signal processing, and molecular communication. Education-wise, he took his master's degree and PhD degree in University of British Columbia, which is in Vancouver, Canada. He is at the moment is the associate professor in School of Engineering, University of Warwick, Coventry, UK, since 2001 until now. He has produced many articles and excellent articles. One of which, the newest one, is cooperative molecular communication in drift-induced diffusive cylindrical channel. Okay, so Dr. Adam Knoll, you have around 45 minutes to present your talk, and then we will continue with question and answer session for 30 minutes. Okay, so please, Dr. Adam Knoll, the Zoom is yours.
Great, thank you very much. Can I set up my screen share now? That's this. Okay, can you see my screen okay?
Yep, it's excellent.
Perfect. So yes, allow me to get started. So yes, hello everyone. Good afternoon, I guess where you are. It's morning here in the UK. Thank you very much for the kind introduction, Dr. Wandaru. So yeah, my talk today is going to be on biophysical communication engineering, which is a bit of a mouthful, and it certainly seems to draw together multiple disciplines. So I'll try to target this very much as an introductory talk, both kind of explain the communication engineering side as well as the biophysical side. And ultimately, the kind of research that I'm interested in is signal propagation and information at the microscale. And so I'll try to reflect that in the talk today. So I have three main parts to this session. The first part will be really a background on the motivation, so giving you a sense of the field of molecular communication engineering and how it looks at applying conventional communication engineering ideas to biophysical systems, particularly cells is what I'm most interested in. The second part of this talk will be a bit of a primer on how we model these microscale signals. This will include sections on deterministic modeling and stochastic modeling. And these are both quite important, and one kind of informs the other when trying to understand these kinds of systems. And then I'll talk very briefly, just to give an introduction to the kind of communication analysis, really describing the communication engineering problem, and giving you a sense of how we try to tackle that from this domain. The last part of this talk then will get into a couple of experimental case studies that are part of a current project that I'm working on. And so this project, we are collaborating with some people in industry, with the company AstraZeneca, looking at glucose regulation. And we're also working with colleagues in the life sciences department here at Warwick, where we're looking at competition between bacteria that are growing on petri dishes. I would say that probably the key references related to some ideas that I'll be going over in this talk, especially on the background level, come from two surveys that I was a co-author on over the last few years. So one is published in Proceedings of the IEEE. This was Channel Modeling for Diffusive Molecular Communication, a tutorial review. This is very much a general physics-based introduction to the field and the use of biophysical modeling as it pertains to communicating via diffusion. And a lot of cellular activity and signaling is done controlled by diffusion processes. The second paper, which is more recent, we published last year, was called A Survey of Molecular Communication in Cell Biology, Establishing a New Hierarchy for Interdisciplinary Applications. This survey really try to take a very broad view at how communication is done in biological systems at a microscale, so kind of at a cellular level in between individual cells, And it proposed a framework that was also the motivation for the current project that I have. So this kind of, the two case studies that I'll be talking about were designed kind of building upon the ideas that were in this second paper. So I'll transition directly into the first part of this talk. So this is going to be on molecular communication engineering. So I really want to start with assuming if the people aren't familiar with communication engineering as a field, just to let you know what it is that we're interested in. So for communication engineering, we assume that we have multiples of this kind of basic layout that we see here on this slide. So we have, we assume we have some kind of message which contains information that we want to be able to communicate. That message is kind of packaged together and transmitted by a transmitter, which is often denoted just as a TX. And this will send that information, hopefully in a manner that someone will be able to detect it. But that information will have to propagate through a physical environment. And conventionally, when we think about communication networks, this would be wireless signals. This would be over optical fibers or copper wires in a computer network, or the backhaul network of a mobile system if we're communicating with phones and so on. But so this environment can be really quite general. The receivers then, or RXs, these would be the devices that are sensing the environment and to try to detect that the signal is being present, the one that's being sent by the transmitter. And then at the end, we have our destination where we're trying to actually read the information and collect it for whatever purpose we have. And usually this approach is very generic. So as communication engineers, we don't necessarily care what the message is. We really care about the middle three parts, the design of the transmitter and the receiver, and the way that they're designed in order to accommodate the environment that's in between them. So in a sense, engineers do look at characterizing each of the stages of this process. So this can include what is the information, not necessarily that we care about the individual messages, let's say. We don't need to know what will be the contents of an email before we decide how emails get sent. But we do need to have some sense of how that information is going to be represented in a way that we can kind of package together. So the transmitter has to be able to encode that information into a signal that can be transmitted. As communication engineers, we want to have some understanding of the environment in between. So we want to know how that signal will propagate. How can it be detected by the receiver? And then ultimately, how can that information can be recovered at the end destination? And of course, from an engineering process, we want to try to quantify these. So generally, we want to ask ourselves, how good can we be at each step? And how good could be considered in terms of the speed, so the delay that's associated with sending this information. It can be associated with the reliability, so how confident we can be if we do read a message at the end that we're sure that that is what was initially transmitted. And then also it's kind of the throughput, so the amount of information that can be transmitted over a certain period of time. These are all important metrics that are used to analyze communication systems. So what I showed previously was sort of like one link, so one transmitter connected to one receiver. But more generally, we have communication networks. So these can be multiple devices that are all communicating together in some way, whether this is a router that's communicating with a bunch of devices in your home, whether this is a mobile tower for a cellular network that's communicating with many dozens or hundreds or even thousands of mobile devices simultaneously. But yeah, each of these, any device in this kind of network could act as both a transmitter and a receiver. And so I represent this here quite generically with a couple of devices and some arrows in between them. But we will have channels that are in between all of these, whether these are wireless channels or wired channels. Those are the two general categories of environments in terms of modern communication networks. But as I sort of mentioned earlier, I alluded to the fact we don't really care what the information is. And in a lot of instances in communication engineering, we don't even really care what the devices are. So we often just we're going to represent these as generic nodes in our environment, where each of these can be acting as a transmitter and a receiver as needed. We often focus on links between individual pairs of devices when we're considering the specifics of a given communication environment, but often when if we really want to characterize an entire network, we do need to consider these links done in aggregate. So one question we can ask is, can we reconceptualize what a network is? If we don't necessarily care what the devices are, maybe these devices could be cells or other biological entities. And a lot of it turns out in many cases that cells are also talking to each other. Obviously, the specifics of the channel will be quite different than what we'll see in conventional telecommunication, but a lot of the same principles can apply. And so one thing we try to do is take methodologies and theory and ideas from communication engineering and try to apply them to these biological systems. It'd be helpful to give you some sense of scale if you're really not familiar with how big cells are. This is just a basic diagram showing on a log scale comparisons of the size of certain objects. So over here on the far right, we have a person. Way down on the far left, we have the size of an individual atom, which would be on the order of a fraction of a nanometer. Individual cells kind of lie in between. So in this case, we're talking about on the order of, for bacteria and other cells that don't have a nucleus, we're usually looking at on the order of 1 to 10 microns or micrometers. For plant and animal cells, which do have nuclei, these are usually on an order of, say, 10 to 100 microns. So we're really quite interested in the micro scale when we're considering signaling between cells. And all the way down to the nanoscale is still relevant because the molecules that are being used for signaling, whether these be proteins, which can be fairly large, relatively speaking, or even individual elements, so individual atoms, the range there we are talking about down to 10 nanometers and below. So some of this can be relatively quite small. Now, in terms of how these entities communicate, so as I sort of already alluded to, one common method, this is not the only way, but one common method that's quite common in biology is molecular communication. So this is where chemical molecules are used as the carriers of information. So this could be, I have a couple of examples here that are commonly used in cell biology. The one here on the left, which will be neural synapses. So neurons, which are nerve cells, these are, they can actually get physically quite large. So for example, the whole length of your leg would be one of the larger neurons that you have in your body, but the communication space in between adjacent neurons is actually very, very small, on the order of tens of nanometers. And over this very small space, there are neurotransmitters, which are molecules that are used, that are released from one end of a neuron and then detected at the other end of a neuron. And these are molecules that are collected in these containers that are called vesicles. These containers basically merge with the outside of the sending neuron, and this kind of releases the contents of that container. So these neurotransmitters are able to move over this space, and then there are receptors, which are basically detectors of molecules that these neurotransmitters can attach to. And when enough of these do that, then basically this is able to trigger a response in the destination neuron. And this is one small part of the process that is used by neurons for communicating action potential signals over very far distances. So that's in synapses. Another example I have here is of quorum sensing, and this is used by bacteria. So I have here in this diagram, I have this low density case on the left and this high density case here on the right. So what will happen in a lot of bacterial environments is that bacteria will release molecules as kind of like a beacon or a pilot signal, so sort of an indicate I'm here kind of message. And these bacteria are also able to read these same molecules and sort of recognize, okay, there are other bacteria present. And so by measuring the total concentration of these beacon molecules, this sort of gives an individual cell a proxy of the local density of other cells that are in the neighborhood. And what this can be used then for is as a switch. So when the density gets high enough, the bacterial cells can adjust their behavior by changing the genes that they're expressing. So basically, the proteins that they are creating, and which therefore dictates the changes in behavior. So bacteria can often tend to become more cooperative as they are found in higher concentrations. And this gives them then an advantage in environments where it's safer for them to kind of work together in numbers. So yeah, these are two biological examples where molecules are used for communicating. I want to get a bit now on the practical side in the sense of some of the work that's been done from different research labs in kind of on a macro scale, being able to demonstrate that you can communicate with molecules. So one here is this tabletop signaling platform, which was developed by a group in Canada. So you might see there's a text message here that says, "Oh, Canada." But essentially they had a platform where they're just using a spray bottle with a fan behind it to blow air. They would spray out ethanol molecules, and then they would have an ethanol detector at the receiver end. And by timing the sprays, they were able to encode messages. So they were using this to be able to send text messages across the table by blowing ethanol into the air. Another example, which is using bacteria. This is based on a microfluidic platform. So basically they have created this microfluidic channel where there was an area with sender bacteria and then an area with receiver bacteria. They would stimulate the bacteria on the sender end. These bacteria would then release molecules into this channel. Some of them would be observed by these receiver bacteria, and they had the bacteria modified to be able to fluoresce in the presence of these molecules, and then they used a fluorescence detector. And this was also used to be able to transmit kind of arbitrary 0 and 1 bit messages between these two regimes. So there have been some validation of platforms where they can send kind of arbitrary information. So this is sort of ignoring the underlying biology, but just being able to say, if we want to send a message of encoded 1s and 0s from one place to another place, we showed that there are some ways to do this that are based on molecular communication. So it's useful to recognize the things that this sort of technology, if you can call it that, do well, and others where there are some challenges. An attractive part of this sort of hardware, if you will, is its feasibility. So there are a lot of implementations already exist. Many cells already use molecules to communicate. The scale is really quite appropriate for cells. So if we have an application where we do want to communicate with cells, then this is often an appropriate scale. There is a good guarantee of biocompatibility. It's not fully guaranteed because obviously any molecule can be toxic if it's in sufficient quantities, but it's certainly possible to have integration with living systems. There's a really good energy efficiency. So all the processes of biochemical reactions, those are very high efficiencies. So this can be quite energy efficient. And then we also get this functional optimization. So in the environments where it is used, it has had up to kind of billions of years to evolve into the current state. So in many cases, it can work quite well. There are still quite a few challenges, however, particularly at a micro scale, we have to deal with stochasticity. So this is randomness. This can be randomness in the propagation of the molecules. This can be environmental noises that are present. This can be noise in the chemical reactions that take place and so on. The delay can be quite high if the system is getting large. Certainly if you compare that with conventional communication networks that kind of rely on speed of light communication, this would be much, much slower. However, over very short distances, say 1 micron or less, these molecular processes can still be quite fast. It also ties into the fact that we will have a limited range. So the techniques for sending and receiving molecules can sometimes be limited over very, very small distances. As I mentioned, in the space between neurons, we're talking about tens of nanometers. Some molecular communication types are much more longer range, say pheromones between insects that can be done over meters or more. But in a lot of cellular applications, we're talking about quite small distances. And finally, we have fragility. So even though cells might have been evolving for billions of years, we do have to face the constraints of sensitivity to local environments. So cells often have a preferred temperature, pH, and other environmental conditions. Okay, so why are we going to bother with all this from an engineering perspective? Is there anything outside of direct, say, cell-to-cell communication? Like where could we look at implementing some technologies that are based on these ideas? So I just list a couple of interesting target applications here. These can include drug delivery, which is often cited if you can have a network of robots that are working together to localize the location of a tumor and then being able to deliver anti-cancer drugs just at that region. That would certainly be quite of interest. In vivo diagnostics, so this could be monitoring of certain biological signals within the body, maybe like a glucose concentration, which will be relevant for the case study that I'll be talking about later. Lab on a chip systems, so these are environments where people are trying to recreate or approximate human physiology or other effects within these artificial systems that are driven in laboratory environments. And then some other industrial applications can include things like chemical reactors for generating certain valuable products, and pollution monitoring. So being able to detect levels of toxins in an environment. If you could have a network of molecular sensors, that could be one approach. So that ends part one of the talk. And so I'm going to transition now to talking a bit more about modeling these microscale signals. So I'm going to start with deterministic representation. And the deterministic representation is often one that assumes continuous concentration. So we'll assume a concentration can take any continuous value. This approach is useful to facilitate the modeling of a signal. And even though it is deterministic, it does help to provide the stochastic interpretation. And if your system is large enough, if you're dealing with very, very large molecule counts, it can actually still be quite accurate. An example of a result here, which will actually kind of come to a few times over and over in this talk. Here we're measuring, let's just say at a given receiver, we're measuring over a period of time the number of molecules that are at a receiver, and we get this continuous line here where this is describing in this case, a 3D point-to-point diffusion wave, but the main point is that this is a value with a continuous value as an analog amplitude that we're taking measurements of. What I'm going to go over is a bit of the workflow for how we can describe these molecule concentrations. And the main steps are describing the system with differential equations, defining the boundary conditions, which is done usually via the inputs and outputs of the system. And then a kind of a summary on how we can try to solve these to describe channel impulse responses. So in terms of differential equations, a first step when we're dealing with diffusion would be describing fixed laws. And fixed laws, they essentially describe how if you have a concentration of molecules in liquid, they tend to spread out. And so this first law here, this flux J, this is just describing the movement of molecules kind of from one area to another. So this is a function of space and a function of time t. This can be found to be a function of the diffusion coefficients. This is often a constant parameter. I'll talk about that a bit more shortly. And then we have this Laplacian of the concentration. And then a Laplacian is the second order spatial derivative. So this is basically saying that the flow of molecules in the space will be a function of the rate of change in concentration over that same space. And then fixed second law is also used here. This is a change over time can be scaled with the rate of change over space. The meanings of these aren't too important at this stage. I'm just trying to show you that we have this differential equation formulation that we can use as kind of building blocks for working towards equations describing how many molecules we will get in the system due to the diffusion and other effects of the system. So I want to talk a bit more, this may be a bit more interesting, about the diffusion coefficient itself. So this parameter D that I mentioned, this really describes the variance of the spreading. So if you go and just look at diffusion over a single dimension, so along a line, over a time t, the variance of the motion will scale with sort of this term here, square root of 2 times d times t. Essentially, what this is doing is giving an approximation. So in general, if a molecule is diffusing, it is moving around, colliding with much smaller molecules around it. So say this could be an ion in water, for example, where these blue molecules are water molecules. The diffusion coefficient is basically replacing all of these molecules around with a random motion. So instead of modeling each individual collision with all these solvent molecules, it's a bit easier to treat it as it's a molecule that can take a random walk, and the dynamics of that random walk will correspond to this diffusion coefficient. There are a whole lot of underlying assumptions when we're using a diffusion coefficient. I won't get into too much detail, but there are assumptions made, like we have constant and uniform temperature and pressure, and also that our concentration is relatively low compared to the abundant solvent that's around it. But for the most part, we can just assume that we have a constant D. Another phenomenon we can also include here would be flow. And in this case, we'll call this advections. This would be a bulk fluid flow. So this could be something that is trying to model a bloodstream or an air current or the flow in a microfluidic channel, say in a lab on a chip application. And if we can describe the velocity vector associated with this flow, so we have a V of, and this could vary over time and space, but quite often it can be just assumed that it's constant. And then what we can do is we can actually integrate this with the diffusion equation. So we kind of add this on to fixed second law, and we can now describe the rate of change of concentration is a function of the diffusion of what's already there, in addition to a flow term. So this will account for kind of bulk motion of the fluid through the environment where we're doing the modeling. We can also include chemical reactions. I won't get into the details of how those also affect the differential equations just in the interest of time. But I think it's useful to talk a bit about where these reactions can occur and why they're important. So the molecules that are propagating, these could be interacting with their surroundings in various ways. They could be getting created as the output of a chemical reaction. They could be getting broken down through another chemical reaction. If you're not familiar with chemical reactions, these will have reactants and products, and they're often written this kind of a way where the reactants are converted into products. This is an example here. I have this formation of water where we have 2 hydrogen atoms and an oxygen atom making H2O. And as I just alluded to, many biologically relevant molecules, they are released as a result of some reaction process, or they get captured as a result of some reaction process, or both. In many cases, we're modeling both of those in a molecular communication system. We do talk about reaction order. So this refers to the molecules that are involved as reactants. So basically, the order comes from the number of reactants. So you have this 0th order where you have no reactants. This doesn't actually happen, but this can be an approximation of a more complicated system where you just want to represent spontaneous creation. And then so on, we can build up from there with first and second order and so on. Higher than second are actually rare to happen because you need to rely on that number of molecules kind of colliding simultaneously. So usually any reaction that's 3rd order or higher, you can represent it as a combination of second order and lower reactions happening consecutively. And as I mentioned already, I'm not going to go over how to include these in the differential equations, but you can trust me that it is possible, and we can go from there. What's a bit more interesting is maybe to give an example. So in the neurotransmitter system that I talked about previously, we could say that the release of molecules from the presynaptic cleft, so this is one side of the synapse that is between two neurons. So we have a transmitting neuron on the left and a receiving neuron on the right. Our zeroth order reaction could be an approximation of how these molecules get released. They just sort of spontaneously appear when this container fuses with the surface of the sending neuron. And then we can have second order reactions where these individual molecules in the synapse attach to these receptors that are on the receiving end. So that's just a quick example of having these reactions in the system. Now, the kinetics I just described through these differential equations, they're kind of insufficient to describe the whole system dynamics. What you also need are the boundary conditions. So these would be the inputs and outputs coming into the system. And these are often described as initial conditions. So we need to know what's the state of the system when we first start modeling it. So at kind of at time zero. So quite often this is done by representing, okay, we have some initial concentration that's released at our transmitter. But we also need to then initialize whether there are any other molecules already in the system. These could be other reactants that our molecule might react with. Those need to be represented in these initial conditions, and so on. We also then need the kind of the physical boundary conditions. So we need to know, are there places where there are molecules being added or taken away as an ongoing process? This is often the case at our receiver. So we want to model our receiver as kind of a sink that just absorbs molecules that arrive. So that would be represented in this differential equation formulation. We also need to know kind of the geometry. So our molecules, are they within an enclosed space? Or are we assuming that we have kind of an infinite unbounded area where these where the diffusion is occurring? So we need all this information in order to be able to come up with a solution in the end. So in some cases, we can apply these boundary conditions and actually directly get an end result. So an actual closed form solution, so an equation for the concentration. Some methods for getting these can include direct integration, separation of variables, Laplace transform, and so on. What we actually find quite useful in this field is a couple of texts. So there's some books that are relatively old that are just kind of tables and tables of solutions to varying combinations here. And these can be quite handy. So in practice, what we often try to do is extend existing results that are known for certain systems and not just working things out directly from scratch. So a model system I want to just quickly talk about is having just a point transmitter and then a passive spherical receiver. This is be an unbounded 3D space. This is kind of a bit of a classical example in this field. For the moment, I'm not going to include any reactions or any flow, and we're just saying that the transmitter releases an impulse of molecules at our initial time. The solution for this system is relatively straightforward in the sense that we just have fixed second law in terms of a differential equation. And then by applying these relatively simple boundary conditions, it turns out that we can write the concentration down directly as a function of n, which is the number of molecules that are released. And then we have a denominator and an exponential term, and these are as a function of the time since the molecules were released. We can see the d in this expression for the diffusion coefficient that appears here a couple of times. And then we have this d minus d0. This would be at the location where we're measuring at the receiver relative to the location of the transmitter. And it's possible to take this point concentration, we can integrate over it to get a volume concentration. Although quite often in practice, it's much easier to just assume that at your receiver, you have a constant concentration everywhere. Then you just need to know the volume, and you multiply the concentration by the volume to get the number of molecules that you're expecting. So if we do that, we get the same curve that I showed earlier. So this is our, again, this expected 3D point-to-point diffusion wave. This is measuring the number of molecules as a function of time. And you'll see here that we first have nothing at the receiver. That makes sense because all the molecules are at the transmitter. From the transmitter, these molecules spread out. So we end up getting this rapidly increasing count at our receiver. And as the molecules slowly continue to spread further and further away and away from each other, we do get this slow decrease as the molecules keep spreading. So that's just an example of a basic molecular communication signal model. So just to recap this deterministic modeling section, we were able to get results from differential equations. We have ways of representing diffusion and flow. I didn't get into the details of chemical reactions, but those can also be included. And when we solve then the differential equation, what we get is a channel impulse response. So what we found is when we send molecules from a transmitter at one time, we can give the expected number of molecules at our receiver at some later time. I'm going to use that now as kind of a starting point for this section on stochastic modeling. And this is important because at the microscale, you can get significant deviations. The deterministic system just gives the expected behavior. The useful thing is that the deterministic system gives us the distribution, the probability distribution that we can use to describe the stochastic behavior. I won't take too much time over this, but there are several random variable distributions that are quite useful. I'll just go very briefly over that so I have some more time at the end to talk about the applications. So if we recall the equation I showed earlier, again, you don't need to memorize this or anything, but this is the expression that I showed for this point-to-point impulse response. It has this particular deterministic behavior, and this is used for describing, if you just change the value of D, you can solve this for any location in your environment, and you can solve it for any time greater than 0. But usually we plot it at a fixed location. So we usually set the D and we vary T. So that's what we're varying in this plot that we see right here. If instead we look at fixing T and look at varying D, and so in each of these plots, these are different times. This is increasing time across these 3 plots. Now we're checking distance. So initially we would have like an impulse, we're releasing an impulse. Over a short period of time, you would have kind of a fat distribution that's very closely centered around where the molecules were released. And then over time, that distribution, that wave kind of spreads out as molecules get further away. The interesting thing from here is you can kind of see that over a given space, the equation that we showed here, this will actually give the probability, so the likelihood as a percentage of the molecule being within that space within a given time. And then for a stochastic representation, that's very, very useful. So we can take this deterministic curve, and at any given time, if we scale this curve just for one molecule, here I've written it for a larger number being released, but if we scale this for one molecule, this curve would actually give us the time varying probability of a molecule being at that spot at the time being considered. So that is incredibly useful then for starting to put together a statistical characterization of these molecular channels. So there's a bit here, a few slides on distributions. I'm going to kind of skip over these, but essentially the movement of one molecule, being able to say whether it is or is not inside of a receiver, that it would be represented by a Bernoulli random variable. If we were releasing a number of molecules, we want to say how many of those will be within our receiver at a given time. That can be represented with a binomial distribution. And then if the number of molecules being transmitted is sufficiently large, then we can approximate the binomial with a Poisson distribution, which is a bit easier to work with, or even more so if we need to have a continuous distribution for the kind of analysis we're doing, we can approximate the Poisson and the binomial with the Gaussian distribution. And if you've done much work in statistics, the Gaussian distribution appears quite a bit, and it is seen as being relatively easy to work with because it's a continuous function. You can take derivatives of it and so on. So it's quite useful for analyzing systems where you have phenomena represented as Gaussian random variables. That's all I'm going to say about the random variables, so that I can kind of jump to how does it that we use these statistics. So here now, I've taken a realization of what before we were looking at kind of a smooth curve. Here we're looking at something that's jumping around a lot. So this would be counting discrete numbers of molecules inside a receiver over time as a simulation is running, for example. So by having this distribution, so this is, here we're looking at a noisy signal. By knowing the distribution of that noisy signal, we can come up with predictions of what we observe. So we can say, what's the likelihood of observing a certain number of molecules over a range? And what this enables then is communication performance. It also enables us to implement simulations. So even the statistical understanding itself is kind of needed to drive computer-based simulations of these systems. But I want to talk a little bit kind of overview, kind of go from what is the communication problem to how it is we look at these communication metrics. So you might recall this layout I described earlier. We have a message sent by a transmitter, goes through a channel, observed by a receiver, and then we have our destination. So one thing we need to be, what we need to do first if we want to do communication analysis is we need to articulate how is the transmitter sending information. So what I've shown here over a period of time, so we have time divided into intervals, and in each interval we want to send kind of a binary piece of information. So we want to send a 1 or a 0. One easy way to represent this information is we can say we'll send a bit 1 if we release molecules into our channel over an instant, and let's send a bit 0, we send nothing at all. And a lot of information can be encoded into this kind of binary format. If this is what the transmitter sends, this is an example of what the receiver might see. So over time, we might get these kinds of noisy waves arriving. And then when we have nothing being transmitted, we'll tend to see less stuff, but we'll still see some molecules because they will still be in the environment from when molecules were previously sent. And then the job of the receiver, I won't go into any detail right now, but then the job of the receiver is try to recover what were the initial 1s and 0s that were transmitted. And when we define the communication this kind of way, what this does enable us to use is sort of classical communication based metrics like capacity, which is kind of a way of measuring the throughput. We can measure the bit error rate. We can say what's the probability of sending a 1 and then getting a 0, or sending a 0 and then getting a 1. And we can use the statistics that I described earlier to work out what the likelihoods are of having these different cases, so you can work out what's the reliability of the overall system. That's just a very brief overview of kind of where we can apply communication analysis here. But what I really want to get into now for the last few minutes is summarizing some of these experimental case studies that I've been working on recently. So the first one is this glucose regulation, and we're doing this in an organ on a chip. I mentioned earlier I referred to lab on a chip system. So this is a specific type, which is an organ on a chip. And the idea is to try to replicate human disease progression in these microfluidic platforms. And drug companies are really interested in this because they want to replace any kind of animal experimentation. So if you can have an artificial system that is a more suitable testing platform for new drugs, then you don't need to be having testing done on animals. Of course, you still need to have to translate the results. You need a model that will allow you to extrapolate what happens in this platform to what would happen in the human body with sort of the same stimulus. So the system that my collaborators at AstraZeneca are working on now, they have this micropump that is on the microfluidic platform that's pumping between two compartments. So there's a compartment that has cells that come from the pancreas, and there's a compartment that has cells that come from the liver. And what they've done is that they'll go and add glucose to this system, and then they'll measure how much glucose gets absorbed and how much insulin gets secreted. So this is done to model the human metabolism. That's quite relevant for people with diabetes. So what they have is a combination of both experimental and mathematical models. So they have actual microfluidic platforms with these cells where they take the measurements, and then they combine that with mathematical models, some of which I've very briefly summarized here on the right side. So they're using these differential equations to try to describe how the system evolves over a period of hours and over a period of weeks. So they'll run this system for about 14 to 15 days, and the cells they're able to keep taking measurements kind of over that time. And this is a 2-organ system. But currently, I've already expanded it to a 3-organ model, I think by adding the heart, and they're also looking at making it a 4-organ model, I think by adding the kidney, but I'm not quite sure off the top of my head. But what we've tried to do is in this space is we want to look at then the concentration, the impact of concentration sensitivity. So we proposed an information theoretic metric. Basically, we wanted to say, how important is it for the cells in the system? Well, can they actually observe the noisiness of the glucose that is coming into the system? And the main result that we've been able to find, just with a very basic metric that we proposed, is that for the concentrations that are being used here, there's actually negligible sensing noise coming from the glucose. If we compare this to other environments where cells are needing to detect very low hormone concentrations, then in those cases, the noisiness of diffusion can be much more important. Yes, I'll skip over this last bit so I can talk a bit about the competing bacteria application. So in this platform, we're looking at the control of antibiotics and how they're generated. And basically, these bacteria that live in nature, they have the ability to create many different antibiotics, but we're waiting for, we don't necessarily know how to get them to be released in an artificial environment. So when you bring bacteria into a lab, that's a very different environment than where they are out in the wild, and they don't necessarily, we don't know how to get them, to stimulate them in the way to create everything that they could do. So we have my collaborators in life sciences that are really investigating the system. So they're growing these bacteria on these petri dishes. So these are about 10 centimeters wide. You can hold them in your hand, and they're studying the mechanisms for how these different variations in the bacterial communities will create signals and compete with each other. And one thing we've really just started really within the last few weeks is we're looking at this as a communication channel where we have these different communities of cells that are all lying on top of this agar, which is the sugar solution, and they're sending signals to each other. We're quite interested in how this is driven, but we really don't have a good understanding of even how what sorts, whether the communication is diffusion controlled or whether some other phenomena is involved. So this is something we really just started looking at. We're quite interested in seeing whether our analytical models can be applied to this experimental platform to get a sense of what's driving the signaling between these different communities. So that's all I wanted to say there. I'll wrap things up since I believe I'm out of time. So yeah, through this talk, I wanted to kind of show that some communication methods have been adapted to modeling cell biology. Many applications in medicine do rely on molecular communication. I talked a bit about deterministic and stochastic modeling of molecule propagation. So I showed a bit about how the statistics of diffusion and flow can be used to characterize a communication signal. And I very briefly went over some case studies that really demonstrate the interdisciplinarity of this field, give you a sense of some of the people that we're working with for exploring some of these applications like glucose regulation and bacterial communities. So yeah, that's the end of my talk. Thank you very much for your attention. I do list my homepage there if you're interested in reading more or getting in touch with me. But now I'd be happy to address any questions that you might have.
Wow. Thank you very much to Dr. Adam Knoll for an interesting, very interesting talk. Now the next session is the question and answers, and there are some some question here, which is in the chat. Dr. Noel, can you see it in the chat, right? There's some question there.
Yes,
Yes,
I do.
okay. Well, there is also a question from the audience. So which one do you want to answer first?
So you're the moderator. I'll let you go in whichever order is better for you.
So
Yes, thank you.
let's go with the chat first. So
Sure.
there's a question from the chat here. Let me check. Wait.
There's one here. What is the main challenge to bring this biophysical model from design to an actual application?
Yeah. So it's this is a question from Mr. Fika Fauzi. He is a lecturer in Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta in our. So the question is, wait, oops. How can I?
And the two questions are quite related, I think, because the first one's about the challenges in bringing this to application. Yeah, and then the second one, kind of the progress of the research. So, right, so that's a very, very excellent question. It really ties to the practicality of this system and this kind of modeling. I think you'll find, I sort of showed earlier, these experimental test beds that were clearly on a very much larger scale than what we've seen in the biology. I would say this field for about the first decade or so, this field started in the early 2000s, up to, let's say, the mid 2010s, a lot of the focus was on the design of artificial networks. So thinking about, let's say we have nanorobots that are able to work together in the bloodstream or going through an organ or in the air, just sort of characterizing what were the communication limits of this kinds of technology. And while there have been quite a few advances on nanorobotics and so on, I feel like that kind of direction is a bit further away from practical implementation compared to steering the analysis towards more, let's say, living biological systems that are already existing. So the biophysics themselves are quite well established. If you look at the fixed laws that I was showing earlier, these were described by Einstein over 100 years ago in some of his seminal papers. It was in the same year he wrote a paper on diffusion and another paper on general relativity. So his expertise was quite broad back in the day. But yeah, for the main challenge, a lot of it has to do with a learning curve. So people that are coming in with kind of communication engineering backgrounds, they're not necessarily familiar with the biology. So it really is an area that needs kind of close collaboration across disciplines for getting things done. I hosted a workshop here at Warwick just a couple of weeks ago, and one of our keynote speakers was a chemist who has been doing work kind of building these artificial chemical communication systems where he's sending these kind of ones and zeros over this kind of a micro scale with no particular application in mind, just sort of kind of proof of concept showing, hey, this can be done kind of at a molecular level, because he was working with nanoparticles. So there's some really, really interesting recent work on this, but even we invited him as a keynote for our workshop, but a lot of his work was actually unknown to the communication community because he's coming from chemistry, and the kinds of publications he's publishing in are not ones that the communication community would even really be aware of and be up to date on. So there's somewhat of a mismatch in people with the right expertise, just even being aware of what other work is going on. A challenge when trying to apply specific models is that in practice, if the models don't align with the underlying assumptions, then that might not be very accurate to begin with. So a lot of the work that's been done, publications that have been made in this field, have been relying on assumptions that aren't necessarily unrealistic, but they might apply to very narrow applications in practice. So say, for example, if you have a cellular space that is quite small and enclosed, then the results for reaction diffusion systems over unbounded space probably aren't going to be relevant. The unboundedness does work where the scale of the communication is much smaller than the scale of the system that you're working in. But for cellular communication, at least, that is often not suitable. So there is a bit of a mismatch there. Though I think there has been a lot of improvement in the last several years in characterizing molecular signals that have more specific applications in mind, which is quite helpful. So yeah, a lot of the recent work, the ongoing projects that I'm most aware of, what's really the state of the art of this field are cases where people from the communication community are really working with people outside of communications, whether they're experts in microfluidics or cell biology or even physical chemistry or medicine. Really having those interdisciplinary perspectives is really quite important, and that's reflected in the current work that's going on. I can't say right now how close we are to a specific implementation in terms of giving a particular month and year, but I think things are a lot more, the field is advancing a lot more towards the practical end than it was even 5 years ago. So I think really in the not too distant future, we'll be able to see some really good implementations.
Wow. Okay. Thank you for the explanation, Dr. Noyce. It's very satisfying. Okay. There's another a question here. This is from Mr. Iskandar. He is an audio engineer in our university. So he is asking what kind of sensor or interface that you use in the process of molecular communication so it can be conducted.
Right.
What kind of sensors or interface that you use so that the molecular communication can be done or recognized by the computer. And the second one, what kind of software do you use to analyze? Is it Python or Google Colabs or whatever? Thanks.
Right. So I haven't been involved too much. I can't tell you much of the software involved with specific sensors, but I can give you some sense of the sensors. So a few of the tabletop examples, or sorry, the practical examples that I showed earlier, one of them which was spreading an ethanol spray into the air, that was just using an ethanol detector. The other example that was there showing bacteria, that was using the bacteria themselves creating fluorescence. So you can observe that in a few different ways, which I can elaborate a bit more on that because I've been working with bacteria now over the last month as part of the project that I went summarize very, very briefly at the end. But the way that we look at, or one way that we can easily look at expression of signals in bacteria is by having a particular protein called a green fluorescent protein. There are other colors as well, but the green fluorescent protein is one of the more famous ones. And this is a protein that you can work with quite flexibly to have it be triggered under different circumstances. And in the instance of the experimental platform we're working with right now, we're sending a particular kind of molecule into the system. And this molecule is one that will basically turn on the GFP production once it gets inside the bacteria. So we're able to look for green light fluorescence in response to a blue light. So what we can do just in the lab is have a blue light emitter, even as a plate that emits blue LED light, place our sample on top and turn on the blue light, and where we see that it is green, that's where the signal has been received. And so obviously that's not going to immediately translate into a high-speed data transmission application. where we're more sort of working with the building blocks of the technologies for detecting these things. With the same system, we can put the whole sample into a fluorescence microscope and look down at a much smaller scale and see, okay, where are there individual bacteria that have lit up? That's not going to be very practical for ongoing communication, because you basically have to extract the sample. You have to take it out of the system in order to go and read its fluorescence. So that won't be great for real-time ongoing communication. But there are experimental methods for sort of this macro to micro interface. So more generally speaking, this is one of the, we had a whole section on this on the survey we had published last year, looking at what technologies are there available for trying to observe these molecular phenomena from a macro scale, so that we can have a way of observing these in experimental platforms or even in certain applications. So if we want to have something like a distributed glucose monitoring network in the system, there needs to be some way for this information to get back to, for example, health professionals who might need to adjust treatment levels or introduce some other intervention. So this is it's a very broad question in the sense of there's a lot of different molecular detectors that are available. I just described a couple of these, but these can vary from very much on the electronic devices end to something that's very biologically driven and kind of many opportunities in between. I'm not a sensor expert, so I can't offer a whole lot more on this other than the couple of examples that I gave, but I hope that does give some sense of the diversity that's available.
Okay, good. Thank you for the answer. So I didn't get that. Do you do computation like simulations and stuff using
yes. Sorry, I didn't quite answer you right.
That's one. Yeah, I didn't.
Software part. Yeah. I mentioned the sensors. So a lot of the modeling that we do on the simulation side, there are some bespoke simulators that exist. So these can be written in any language, really. I wrote one myself, so I have a simulation tool that does kind of reaction diffusion systems. So this is kind of a sandbox where you set up your geometry. You say, I want to have an unbounded space. I want to place a transmitter here, a receiver there. I want to have a boundary reactions taking place, so on and so forth. I want to throw some molecules in and then let the system kind of run as a simulation tool. There's a lot of diversity in the kinds of simulation methodologies that can be implemented. And some of these will track individual molecules. Some of these will track individual molecules plus the underlying solvent. So those are very computationally sophisticated. That's not what I did, but you can find open source. They're referred to as multi-physics platforms molecular dynamics platforms. So there's some software tools like LAMPS is one that was developed in a U.S. government lab. I think that one started about 30 years ago, and it's still being used today and being added on and so forth. There are third-party commercial tools like the COMSOL multiphysics is a very popular one that can be used for at least modeling these sophisticated fluid environments and having you kind of build sort of as a CAD type platform where you can just sort of really create sophisticated arbitrary geometries to represent a system that you're working with. In terms of the communication analysis side, a lot of that is just done in MATLAB. I think this is most commonly used in our field, because once you have data of molecule observations, it's not hard to layer on top of that code for trying out different receiver designs to compare how well signals can be recovered after they're sent. The platform that I wrote, the software was originally written in C, and I had a student recently write in C++. But I mean, there are other platforms that do a similar or comparable things that have been written in Java. Some directly in MATLAB themselves. I think you can find one on the MathWorks file exchange. There's a basic one available that was written quite a few years ago, but yeah, there's quite a lot of tools available or in development. I think in a lot of instances for, say, a researcher interested in working on this stuff, there's a benefit to coding it yourself and then getting an understanding of this stuff, because so there are a lot of kind of independently developed tools that exist or are in development. But at the same time, depending on the constraints you're working with and the learning curve that you have, it can be helpful to pick up a tool that someone else has put together and use that as a starting point.
Okay, very interesting. Very interesting. All right. Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Okay, so this is very interesting because what I'm thinking of is that, so you use like a modeling of the molecules, communication as molecules like particles, right? So I'm a physics major, so I would like to see this in a physical view. So do you also look at, say, physical processes in this, communication modeling? I mean, do you look at phase transitions? In physics, there's when you go from like large molecules and then from low density to high density, and then you get this phase transition between the low and high densities and all that. Do you see that? Do you do that as well, or? I don't know. So.
Yeah, I mean, the short answer is no. But I can see that being relevant, and it's often we're assuming on our the physical side of our biophysical modeling tends to be relatively simplistic. So we'll have things like assuming uniform uniform temperature, pressure, a solvent that's homogeneous. And then we're adding a solute, and we just say it's driven by these differential equations. Phase transitions is not a phenomenon that I've seen implemented anywhere in this domain, but it certainly could be a good argument to be made under some circumstances. So yeah, that's probably a really good topic for future collaboration.
Very good. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I think we can finish our question and answer sessions. So please give a round of applause to our speaker today, Dr. Adam Knoll, for a great talk, interesting one. But before this, yes, so please stay for a bit, Dr. Knoll, because we are going to give you a symbolic certificate as a speaker.
Sure, thank you very much.
Okay, so give a round of applause to Dr. Adam Knoll.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, so well, to everybody else, the participant who wants to talk or to ask Dr. Knoll, the participant just write, can go through your email, right?
Yes, of course. Yeah,
okay,
I'd be happy to. Yeah.
So thank you very much. So I close the session and I give it back to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just... Okay, sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just listened to great and insightful presentation from the keynote speakers. Please give our outstanding keynote speaker a big applause. This brings us to the end of the first day of the 9th International Conference on Research, Implementation and Education of Mathematics and Science 2022. For your information, on the second day, our conference starts at 8 a.m. Western Indonesian time.
Tomorrow's agenda will be plenary session by Dr. Eric Fons and Dr. Pat Nurma Yunita Indrianti, Master of Science, as the keynote speakers. This will be continued by the parallel session.
Distinguished guests, thank you very much for your participation and see you tomorrow.